are live for the running of the AdventHealth 400 at the Kansas Speedway this afternoon, May 15th edition for the NASCAR Cup Series. It is the 13th race of the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series at Kansas today, and we're going to start this live stream off going through all of the pre-race predictions for today's race, your don't-haves, your dark horse picks, and eventually the race win picks for today's race as well. So like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, as obviously with this being the pre-race, we will then lead into the live commentary when the race begins a little bit later from now. We are about 40 to 45 minutes away from the drop of the green flag yet, so again, now is the perfect time to go through today's predictions. And then at the end of it, I'll actually look at a poll that I put in the chat earlier today. And that was based off of the top 4 favorites according to Vegas for today's race at Kansas. And I had you guys vote between them as well as maybe other as a 5th option if you didn't think any one of those 4 were going to go to victory lane as well. So you guys voicing your opinions on the chat for today's predictions. And of course in the chat you can do that today as well, especially as we get going into the pre-race coverage. Billy Carjoy and Isaiah Z, welcome to the stream. I thought the race was supposed to start at 3. It is. Yeah, it starts at about 3 o'clock, 3:10, 3:15. It'll be about the drop of the green flag. But starting the stream at 2:30 so we can get through the predictions for today's live stream as well. Because I'm sure you guys want to know who I am going to pick to win. And any fantasy advice, obviously, going forward as well. So again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. I think we can get to 2,000 subscribers today on the channel. We are very, very close, and I think we have a very good shot at that. But again, thank you for everybody tuning in. I see more people are still coming on into this one as well. We'll start off with our predictions, and usually we start off with the drivers not to have in your fantasy lineups for the start of today's race, and that is where we are going to start with this one. 2 drivers you should absolutely stay away from, and we're going to start off with maybe the most obvious of these 2, and that would be Daniel Suarez for Trackhouse Racing. Daniel Suarez only has 1 career top 10 at Kansas, and that includes 10 career starts, but only 8 of them were in competitive equipment. Of course, that's excluding the 2 races he had with Gaunt Brothers Racing in 2020. So outside of those 2 races, that's still 8 races with decent to competitive equipment, whether it was 4 races with Joe Gibbs Racing, 2 with Stuart Haas Racing, and 1 with Trackhouse. It's just not looking good for him at this racetrack. He, again, only has the 1 top 10 finish. I'll actually look at Daniel Suarez's stats right now, and I'll read them off to you. He finished 15th last year at Kansas. His second best finish here was with Trackhouse last season in the spring race in 11th. So 11th, 15th with Trackhouse, which is actually better than what he ran here with Stuart Haas Racing, and then his last 3 races here with Joe Gibbs Racing as well. But still not a whole lot of improvement overall. One thing for Daniel Suarez too, he's been pretty much far and away behind Ross Chastain in success this year. Chastain, he looks like a championship 4 competitor. He's got a couple wins this season. He leads the I almost said the league, leads the series in most top 5, so he's definitely getting consistent finishes. He's in the top 10 in the regular season standings, while Daniel Suarez is below the cutoff line right now on the point standings in the playoffs, and he's struggling just to get in the top 20 in points as of right now. Suarez is a driver that has had good runs this season, but has had 0 consistency with those good runs, and that is something that I think is going to lack for him today. He also has only scored stage points at Kansas in just 1 start. 1 start. He ended up getting stage points at Kansas. That was in the fall race in 2019 with Stuart Haas Racing, where he finished 3rd in stage 1, got in an accident in stage 2, and ended up DNFing, finished 32nd in that race. Finishes for Daniel Suarez: 15th, 11th, 27th, 18th, 32nd, 14th, 24th, 28th, and 36th in the last 9 starts at Kansas. So Daniel Suarez is a no-go. If you're thinking Trackhouse Racing might have another strong day today, or Chevrolets are going to be good again today, I'd stay away specifically from Daniel Suarez for your fantasy lineup. I do not think he is going to get a top 10 finish today, at least by the end of the race. So those are my predictions for him. Kansas City, Missouri Rail fan, welcome to the stream. Of course, your home track it looks like for this weekend, so hopefully you're going to enjoy today's race, whether you are at the track or not. The second driver who I think you guys should stay away from in your fantasy lineups for today's race is my favorite driver. And I hate saying this whenever it comes down to it, but I give you guys the facts, and that's Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney only has 2 top 10s in his last 8 Kansas starts. His finishes in those last 8 races include 37th, 21st in both races last season, 7th and 20th in 2021, 21st, 32nd in 2020, then 2019 had finishes of 7th and 37th. So no finish better than 7th. 2 7th place finishes are the only 2 top 10s in that stretch. He wasn't that fast in practice yesterday, was 14th quickest and qualified 10th, which isn't bad. He's going to have a decent starting spot in today's race. I think he's going to be borderline top 10, but because of that reasoning, I just don't think it's a safe pick for you guys. I think of all the mile and a halves on the racetrack, Kansas is probably the worst one for Blaney, even though he could very well go out there, run top 10 all day, get the top 10. It would not surprise me. Excuse me. But I will lean away from that and going to try to wean you guys off of maybe considering Blaney for either a win pick or especially for your fantasy team. I think there are a lot of better options out there. I think the consistent speed that Chevrolet has obviously shown this year, and even Toyota in recent races, would be more on it than Ford's. Outside of Joey Logano last week at Darlington, nobody else for Ford was relevant. And the weekend before that at Dover, nobody for Ford was relevant in general. So I don't think... they may have a good run today. You never know. Obviously, the race hasn't started yet, but based off of practice and qualifying times and all that, Fords don't look quite as consistent as the top Chevrolet and Toyota teams once again this weekend. And steer away from Ryan Blaney if you are going with anybody in the Ford camp. Also, Ryan Blaney is struggling just a bit. He's still 3rd in the regular season point standings, having a great season, and could have a shot at the regular season championship if Chase Elliott has 1 DNF in the final 14 races of the regular season. He's right back in it. But the problem with Ryan Blaney, is that he only has 3 straight finishes this season outside the top 10. So his last 3 races, all finishes outside the top 10 right now. I'll take a look at those finishes. I believe he finished 11th at Dover a few weeks ago. Last week he did not get a top 10 at one of his worst racetracks at Darlington. I just clicked on the wrong link. Let's see here. Ryan Blaney. So he does have 6 top 10s this season in 12 races. That's only half of the races he's finishing in the top 10, and most of those were in a hot streak right before these last 3 races. But 11th at Talladega, 26th at Dover, and 17th at Darlington. He did win a stage at Dover, but that was only because he stayed out under a late caution in the stage, held on for a 3-lap green-white checker finish to the end of stage 2 on older tires is the only reason he even got stage points in that race, let alone the fact that he was able to get a stage win. But things not going well for Blaney. It seems like in the 3rd stage in these races as of late. I would stay away from him. Tristan Heidenkamp, welcome to stream. If Joey Logano can't get a woman, then any man can. Well, he does, though, and I think he has a wife and kids. So I think the roles might be reversed there. It's an interesting take. Actually at the track right now. All right, awesome, man. Hopefully you enjoy the race today. 30 people already watching. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in for the pre-race. Again, these are just predictions, but you won't have to go anywhere. Once the race begins, I'll be getting into the live commentary as usual. We'll get through the starting lineup after all these predictions as well. Dark Crypto, welcome to the stream. Dark Crypto agrees as well. If we can... Oh, did he... Oh, he did say can. I thought he said can't. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I thought he said can. Or he did say can. I thought he said can't. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right, so those were the 2 drivers not to have in your lineup. My predictions for Blaney, Daniel Suarez, not to get a top 10 no-go for the fantasy lineup. I think the 2 drivers who are dark horse picks, and good ones at that, for getting at least a top 10 finish today, getting a good finish at the end of the race, and maybe scoring some stage points along the way. We're going to start off with Joe Gibbs Racing's Christopher Bell. Bell is going to be on the pole for today's race. Was also fifth in practice yesterday as far as how fast he was there. He also had the 10-lap average fastest times set yesterday. I worded that very weirdly. He was fastest in the 10-lap average categories. Nobody ran 15 laps at a time, so 10-lap average was the furthest I could have went for that. But Christopher Bell, again, was the quickest there as well. Stage points for Christopher Bell in both stages last season in the fall race here. He finished 8th in the fall race last season and 10th in the fall race with the 95 team for Levine Family Racing at Kansas Speedway in October of 2020. And so I think Christopher Bell could definitely have a good run today. He's got better track position than any other Kansas start so far in his career, and he has two top tens in the last 3 starts. I think at least he gets a top 10 today. I think there's a good chance he scores a lot of stage points, especially in that first stage with having the pole. I think Christopher Bell will have a solid day today. I don't think he's going to go to victory lane getting that first win of the season by any means. He may compete for it, you never know, but I would lean on the side that he will have a good run. I'm going to look at Christopher Bell's stats in recent races. I know he has been clicking off some very good finishes as of late, and I just want to make sure I'm going to be completely accurate when I'm giving you guys the stats for him. Of course, we remember him outside the top 30 very early in the season, even outside the top 20, what felt like not that long ago. He's already climbed back in the top 10 in the regular season point standings. He was 31st after like the 3rd race of the year, and just fast forward 9 races later, now he's 10th in the point standings overall. Obviously, he doesn't have a win yet, so he's not 10th in the playoff standings, but he's 10th in the actual driver standings itself. He's had really great runs here as of late. He's got 5 finishes of 7th place or better in the last 7 races. 6th place at Darlington last week, 4th at Dover the week before that, 22nd at Talladega, not good, but that's super speedway, so maybe a little outlier. 7th at Dirt Bristol, 20th at Martinsville wasn't great, but then 6th at Richmond and 3rd at Coda, so a lot of great runs going for Christopher Bell as of late. And he scored a lot of stage points with that, which is why he's been able to climb himself into the top 10 in points for the first time this season after last week's 6th place run at Darlington. So I am going to lead on the side that I think you should take Christopher Bell in your fantasy lineup today. I think at the very minimum he gets a top 10. And like I said, I think he will get stage points considering he did qualify on the pole and he's got the track position, which is so important at any racetrack it seems like nowadays in NASCAR, no matter what the package is as well. Next driver on the dark horse list is actually one of his teammates and one that has struggled more than probably any driver in the field so far this season that has a win. Not probably. He has struggled more than any other driver in the field with a win this season. That is Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has obviously had a very weak season so far, but one thing that has been going for him is speed in that number 11 Toyota Camry, and specifically the last 2 weeks at Dover and Darlington. He had shots to win both races and very reasonable shots at that. Of course, last week, I think he had one of the fastest cars in the field. Unfortunately, he had a pit road penalty and got taken out of it in a late race accident after a big wreck sparked off of turn 2 with just north of 30 laps to go in the race. And then the week before that, if you flash back to Dover, he dominated, won a stage in that race, led a lot of laps. I think he led over 100 laps that day, but unfortunately got put back in traffic again. And late in the stage, Cody Ware ended up spinning out on the front stretch, and Denny Hamlin had nowhere to go and got clipped in the right side of his race car by him. Too much damage aerodynamically for him to be fast after that. Finished the race a couple laps down, unfortunately for him. 21st place finishes in the last 2 races. But if we look at the Kansas stats for Denny Hamlin, that is where he shines. And knowing that he has had speed in the last couple of weeks, I think that's something that's going to go well for Hamlin today. 5 top 5 finishes in the last 9 Kansas starts. That includes 2 wins at this racetrack in the 2020 summer/spring race and then the 2019 fall race as well. He was fast in practice yesterday. He was 8th quickest and qualified 18th, so starts a little bit deeper in the field. I would definitely lean on him maybe not getting as many stage points as, say, Christopher Bell, who has a much better qualifying effort yesterday and has a lot more pace, maybe on a little bit longer of a run in practice as well. But I do think Denny Hamlin, at the bare minimum, will at least get his second top 10 of the season today. I think he's a good start. He's probably somebody who you haven't used yet in your lineup a lot this season because of how bad he's been most of the year, at least in finish category and getting points in that important stuff that goes into winning a championship. But I do think that Denny Hamlin can have a strong run today. He's also led 275 combined laps in just the last 5 Kansas starts as well, and 2 of his wins came in that stretch also. Again, like I mentioned, 2020 in the summer race and then 2019 in the fall race. So look for Denny Hamlin. Christopher Bell, I think they, at bare minimum, get a top 10. I think Toyota's got a good chance to have a great run as a whole, especially with Joe Gibbs Racing. Jackson Thomas, welcome to the stream as well. See what you guys are saying in the chat right now. Stork Cinematics, welcome into the stream as well. Nice hat. I find the hats lost and found too much sometimes. Yeah. This hat, I think I got either, I want to say I probably got it 2018, either at the Michigan race or at Kentucky in 2018. One of the two. I definitely remember getting it from the driver hauler. This is definitely one of my favorite Blaney hats. It's the only flat bill Blaney hat I have, and I usually wear flat bill, so that's probably a large reason why it's favorite. And I've kept it clean this entire time, 4 years later, even after sweating through it like I did on the golf course a little bit ago. Patrick Chatterley, welcome to the stream. No Hamlin for you today. All right. I understand if you guys don't want to take Hamlin because he's had a lot of bad luck, and you put yourself in that position with bad luck. Most of it hasn't been him, though. It's been his pick crew. But either way, it has been the 11 team. He is with Chris Gabehart on the pit box because the penalty is still in process, of course, of the tire coming off of the race car last week. I guess the only thing that I could think of is that it didn't come off under green flag conditions, so maybe that's why they might not get penalized. I don't see that getting them out of it, but either way, at least Gabehart is on the box this weekend, so I think that could also bode well for Hamlin. Gabehart, one of the best crew chiefs in the game. Got my bets on Reddick winning Kansas today. I think you've had a lot on Reddick this season, if I'm not... Oh, no, never mind. I was thinking of somebody else, but, I mean, he looks fast this weekend. I think he could have a good run. I didn't want to put him in the dark horse picks because I feel like I have a lot this season. And sometimes he has ran well when I have stated that, like Bristol, he had a good shot to win there, finished second, and some other races as well. But I'm going to steer away from him today. I think the Toyotas look quick. The Chevys look quick too, don't get me wrong. I think Reddick can definitely get a top 10. He's had a couple of them in his career here, even back at 2019 when he only ran 2 races that year. His second career start, he finished 9th at Kansas as well. Alrighty, so that's going to lead us into the must-have pick predictions for today. And we're going to stick with Hendrick Motorsports with both of these today. Maybe a little bit more obvious, but again, I have the track facts to back it all up. Chase Elliott is going to be the first driver to talk about today. 12th or better in the last 9 Kansas starts for Elliott, better than really any other driver in that 9-race stretch at this racetrack. He's got finishes of 2nd, 5th, 6th, 12th, 2nd, 4th, 1st, 12th, and 4th in those last 9 races. So great consistency out of Elliott. 5 top 5s and 6 top 6s in that same stretch of 9 races as well. And he has finished in the top 5 in 10 of the last 14 stages, at least when you include Stage 1, Stage 2. So in Stage 1 and Stage 2 in the last 14 Kansas races, which goes across the last 7 years, he has finished 5th or better in 10 of those races. So I think it's pretty safe to say Elliott is going to have a great day today. He's going to be consistently in the top 10. He's going to score you some stage points, and obviously that is a big part of why he is leading the championship standings right now as far as the driver standings go. Qualified 14th this weekend, was 24th in practice, so he's definitely lacking on the speed, perhaps. Maybe they just hit the setup wrong yesterday. Alan Gustafson, again, one of the better crew chiefs in the series, and I do think that over time throughout this race, he's going to be one of those guys that is going to kind of start off mid-pack, right where he qualified. He's going to just kind of gradually get himself there. Even if he doesn't get in the top 10 or get a lot of stage points in Stage 1, I think he'll maybe get a few at least, and then at least get a few more in Stage 2. He'll have a good points day, and again, a guaranteed top 10 out of Elliott today. I think he's an easy pick for your fantasy lineup. Another Hendrick Motorsports driver you should have in your fantasy lineup today is William Byron. Byron actually has 5 straight finishes in the top 10 at Kansas. We talk about this year maybe being the best season of his career, and last season the best season of his career, at least as a consistency standpoint goes. And Kansas Speedway is one of those tracks he's been very consistent at. Finishes of 6th, 9th, 8th, 10th, and 5th in the last 5 starts here. He also finished 1st and 2nd in both stages in the fall race at Kansas last season. Qualified 13th today and was 20th fastest in practice yesterday, right around same pace really Chase Elliott had. But both those two guys are definitely good at this racetrack, and they are probably 2 of the best drivers in the Cup Series today. I think they are 2 drivers who would make the championship 4 if it started today. I'd be most confident in those 2 making it. Both out of the Hendrick Motorsport camp. Byron has 2 wins this season. Not a lot of consistency to go with that, but he has scored a lot of stage points, so that is definitely going well for him. Just outside the top 10 starting spot, so it may be harder for him to get those stage points in Stage 1, but by Stage 2, I think he'll get better throughout the course of the day as well, just with Chase Elliott. Him and Rudy Fugle are definitely clicking this season. And my race win pick is not either one of the two must-haves. I'm going to stick with Hendrick Motorsports, and it's going to be a guy who qualified better and was faster in practice than any other driver at Hendrick Motorsports, and that's why I feel more confident taking this pick for that reason, and that is going to be Kyle Larson in the 5. Picking Kyle Larson to win today. It's only the second time I've done it this season, and the first time I did it, he won at Auto Club. Well, no, that was a preseason prediction. But anyway, I think the only other time I took Larson to win a race this season, he did fare pretty well in that race. I'm gonna go through my predictions just to see what track I took him at. I know it wasn't Bristol. I took Christopher Bell at Bristol. Oh, let's see here. You guys aren't gonna be able to see it, but I need to find it. I need to see what races we've had and what races he had a good finish at. I took him a couple weeks ago at Dover. That's right. Yeah, I took him a couple weeks ago at Dover. He looked fast early, and then he spun, and then he came back and spun again. If he doesn't overdrive the car in the middle of the corner, I think he's going to be up there all race. That's one thing that has hurt Kyle Larson this year. I think that team's had a lot of speed this season. But the fact that he, makes a mistake, puts himself back in traffic, and he has to come back from it, that's going to cost you over time. Obviously, it's longer races in the Cup Series, and you have more time to try and come back, but still doesn't make your job any easier. Take the Dale Earnhardt approach. Just lead a bunch of laps, and if you're out in front, the likelihood of you getting into trouble is very slim to none. Tony Jr., welcome to the stream. Willie Davis writing for your father. Oh, welcome to the stream, Willie. Terry Lewis, welcome as well. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. 70 people watching. The race has not started yet. Again, going through the pre-race predictions for this one. Jackson Thomas, welcome. I think Kurt Busch will win, or Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch looks very strong this weekend, too. I would not be surprised. I almost took him, but I just feel like the Chevrolets, especially Hendrick Motorsports, when I was looking at the 4 Hendrick Motorsport drivers and how their stats are at this track in recent years I was leaning towards them. Even though Busch did win the spring race here last season, and he's definitely looking a lot better this year than what he has the last couple seasons on consistency as well. So I do think Kyle Busch is going to be a threat today, but I'm going to go with Kyle Larson. That's who I got my money on. That's the favorite at Vegas. And if he doesn't win, it will probably mean Kyle Busch wins. Preston Harrell, welcome to the stream. Can you show the race or no? No, I cannot show the race because of copyright reasons, but when the race gets started, you guys are going to see the live leaderboard on the channel. The raw feed is up this weekend. It was up for the truck race last night. It was up today. So it was up the last couple weekends. We were doing Cup Series live streams with the live commentary, but it didn't come up till like midway through the race. Also, best driver suit in the garage area this weekend is definitely Kurt Busch. For those of you that can't see the Fox Sports 1 coverage today, which is where the Cup Series race is on, or you have not seen a picture of Kurt Busch's driver suit this weekend, I highly recommend Googling it, getting to the bottom of it. It almost looks like a cow, the way the lines are on his pants and on like the side of his gear, but that's still... I don't know, it works, man. Very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very loud. Very loud clothes wear. Robert Federiconi, welcome to the stream. What time is the race? I'll look up the drop of the green flag time. It's going to start right between 3:10 and 3:15, but I'm going to verify exactly what time they're looking at going green today. Also, if you are not in the Fantasy League yet, make sure that you log into the Fantasy League, go to the NASCAR mobile app or website, sign up with your email. It is free to join. And search for KRC League, KRC in all caps, space, capital L on League. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500 if you win the regular season or the playoff championship. Drop of the green flag is scheduled for 3:12. 3:12 is the drop of the green flag scheduled time this afternoon. It rained and thunderstormed at the track this morning and into the early afternoon, but clear skies the rest of the day. We're going to get all 267 laps at 400 miles in. For Express, welcome to the stream. Over 80 people already watching. We haven't even got started yet. That might be a record. I don't think I've ever had that many in the stream before the race started. So thanks for everybody tuning in. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content for live race commentary. of these NASCAR races on the race weekend and video game races during the week, all in the hopes of hopefully getting myself into the booth for real NASCAR races down the road. Gone to Chicago before. I've driven through Chicago to get to Road America last year, and I went to Chicagoland in 2019 as well. That was before I had the YouTube channel, though. Well, last year I had the YouTube channel, and you guys have that coverage of Road America in that race weekend. But yeah, 312 has dropped the green flag. Santiago Kid, Chris Lillard, welcome to the stream. Christopher Bell is on the poll today. I'm going to just keep an eye on the chat here for now, and I'll get that raw feed up in a couple of minutes. See what you guys are saying. We may break a record today. Las Vegas is the record for the most people watching a stream on these live commentary live streams on the channel in history. And that was earlier this season. 489 is the number to beat. We'll see if we can beat that today. In the Truck Series race last night, we had about 80 people watching. I don't usually do the Truck and Xfinity race commentary unless they're on a Saturday night, which last night, the race was on a Saturday night. I was able to get home from work early enough and able to do the live commentary for that one, so thanks for those of you that tuned in there. And I think we can get 2,000 subscribers on the channel today, so definitely subscribe. We are very, very close. I think we came into the stream 44 away, so definitely make sure to like and subscribe. I'm placing my bets right now before the race starts and before that closes, that I'm making sure my fantasy lineup is set. I am not going to have a bad week in fantasy for getting my lineup this week. I'm definitely taking all the must-haves I had. Probably going to listen to my advice elsewhere as well. Just got to find everybody right now. Just Byron, Elliott. I feel confident with my fantasy lineup this week. More confident this week than I think I have been the last couple weeks where I've struggled. Very confident with my predictions today. So you should trust me if you're in the fantasy league. Which again, also you have to be a subscriber of the channel if you're in the league and win the championship as well. Everybody's automatically qualified for the playoffs, so if you're wondering, well, I'm not going to win the regular season championship, they're almost halfway done with it already. You're automatically qualified for the playoffs as long as you're in the league. So that you get some practice, of course, in the weeks to come. Figure out how it all works. Zane Smith won the truck race. Yeah, he dominated the truck race last night. Led over 100. I think he led 108 laps was the total. Going for Kyle, too. I just feel like it's the safest pick. Kyle Busch, honestly, was the only other driver I was leaning on outside of Larson. And I think if somebody's going to give a run for Larson today, it will be Busch. He seemed to have had more pace this season as a whole compared to Larson, too. But, man, Hendrick Motorsports has just been so much stronger. Chevrolet, as a manufacturer, has been so much stronger than everybody else. But Toyota has been picking up the slack the last few weeks. Last few weeks, they've definitely performed better than what they did at the very, very beginning of the season. We just don't have all the moderators in the chat right now, that's all. I think I have like 12 of them. Patricia Times, welcome to the stream as well. Haunted Hills Hayride, welcome to the stream. Can McDowell break a top 10? I would lean towards no today unless things get hectic late, which we have seen on the intermediate tracks this season. Remember, our last intermediate race was Las Vegas, which was the third race of the year. Second and third races of the season are the only intermediate tracks we have ran. The intermediates that are 1.5 miles or bigger. Obviously, Darlington's labeled an intermediate, but it's a little less than 1.5 miles in length. So excluding that. In those two races, there were quite a few yellows. Excuse me, jeez. That snuck up on me. I've started to... Usually I see that coming, and I mute the mic. That was like right into the mic. The mic is on my lower right. You can't really see it. It's out of the picture. I looked right into it when I did that. I apologize for blowing anybody's ear out there. That was bad. On the train set. Yeah, I haven't, like, outside of driving on the highway or on the turnpike, I guess, through downtown Chicago, I haven't, like, actually been into Chicago to visit anything downtown. When I went to Chicagoland, I just didn't have time because it was a one-day trip. I went there and I came back after the race. It was about a 4-hour drive for me. I do want to go to Wrigley Field sometime, though. It's only 4 hours away. While I'm living in Ohio right now still, I definitely need to do that because I'm not going to live any closer there and probably going to live much further away where it's going to become a little bit harder down the road. Competition caution for sneezing. I did not sneeze. I coughed. But usually I feel it coming. I mute the mic or like I walk away if I can't mute the mic in time or something. Because I have to go into OBS and do that. Right now I have the chat pulled up on my laptop. I will have the chat pulled up on my phone in a matter of moments. I'm just trying to get my my bets placed for today's race and make sure my fantasy lineup's ready to go. Let's see, auto racing. Beautiful downtown Chicago. Yeah, I think most people that don't live in the city or visit cities often, I will say that there are very good parts in pretty much every city I've been to. And even somewhere like Chicago where maybe on the news you would think it's very, like, crime rated, I'm sure there are good parts in Chicago. I mean, I go to Detroit all the time, and that's one that people are, always talk about being crime ridden and everything. And honestly, I've usually only gone there for sporting events, but if you go where, like, Comerica Park is and where Ford Field and especially on the other side of the highway where Little Caesars Arena is at, especially in that area, it's super nice over there. Very clean. About as clean as Detroit's going to get, but it's a safe place to be. There we go. I have my bet on Kyle Larson. 6.5 to 1 odds. And he's the favorite at 6.5 to 1, so that tells you Vegas not too sure about this, especially when you base it off of the 1.5 racetracks we've had. They've updated Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell was 7 to 1. Now he's 8.5 to 1. So Ross Chastain's moved up as the 4th favorite. 8 to 1. Reddick's the 3rd favorite now at 7.5 to 1. Here is the command.
The AdventHealth 400. Drivers, start your engines!
That has to be one of the best commands I've heard in a while. How can you not get pumped up after that? And especially if you're in the crowd at the race, get the flyover and you get the command like that. I mean, it just gives you it gives me goosebumps almost every time I've been to over 30 Cup races. So it is definitely something. If you haven't witnessed it in person, I highly recommend doing it. It definitely, if you're not pumped up for the race, even if you've gone to a bunch of races like me before, it gets you pumped every time. Tim Irvin, welcome to the stream. Robert Cornejo, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your name correctly as well. Christopher Bell is on the poll today. We'll go through the starting lineups here in a couple of minutes. I'll get the raw feed pulled up for you guys right now. Minimize my camera and throw it in the corner. And we'll get this race underway today. I'll get the chat on my phone real quick as well while we're waiting. 100 people watching. The race is going to begin here. We're about 8 minutes away from the drop of the green flag. Cornejo is rooting for Logano and Keselowski, it looks like. Former Penske driver and a current Penske driver. Name of the fantasy league, KRC League. KRC in all caps, capital L on league. There's a space between KRC and league as well. Andrew Dusing, welcome to the stream. No love for Buescher to finish top 10. I just don't feel confident with Ford this weekend, that's all. I can't give away all my top 10 picks every weekend because then the likelihood of me being wrong on a couple of them are highly likely. So I just try to hit, the 6 to 8 main drivers who I think are going to, either perform well or not perform well, that are usually the drivers I put in don't haves are usually drivers that are contending for wins or at least good finishes on a week-to-week basis. Like, I'm not going to pick Cole Custer because he's been struggling all year. I'm going to stay away from those guys, make it a little tougher on myself to try and dig deep into finding the facts for you guys to give you guys the analysis for fantasy and betting purposes. Our goal today is going to be 150 likes on the stream. I was going to go with 100, but we have over 100 people watching right now. I think we can get to 150 likes. Only 23 currently. It helps me out a ton, as well as hitting that subscribe button helps me out a ton. Again, I think we will get to 2,000 subscribers today on the channel. You can see the raw feed. As of right now, I'll actually expand my camera just a little bit more. I'm glad my allergies are not acting up today, even after I went to the golf. They were a little bit, but they've calmed down now. I've been home for a couple hours, so if I would have had to stream within a half hour after I got home, it would have been rough. But I'm good now. I keep forgetting to put my fantasy lineup in. I was going through the bets and I got that all placed, but it's locking up here in like 1 minute. I better hurry up. That's what I get for procrastinating. So I don't like it. Don't procrastinate. Cars are rolling on to the racetrack right now. Again, we'll get the starting lineup to you in a matter of moments. Don't lock, don't lock, don't lock. I'm getting my bonus picks in. Okay, I got it in. It did not lock up on me. All right, I'll come back to that before the end of stage 2. 138 people watch right now. William Windex, welcome to the stream. I hit the like, sir. Thank you, sir, for hitting that like button. Here is today's starting lineup presented by, I guess, AdventHealth, because that is a sponsor of the race. I don't have any sponsors on the channel yet. The AdventHealth 400 at the Kansas Speedway today. Christopher Bell is on the pole yet again this season. Tyler Reddick will start outside of the front row looking for his first career win. Christopher Bell looking for his first win of the season. Finally in the top 10 in points for the first time this year, coming in. Currently sits 10th in the driver's standings and comfortably above the cutoff line on points. Kyle Larson and Austin Cindric will be in row 2. Larson ended up running very good at Kansas last year, but did not get a win at this racetrack. Cindric is looking for his second win first after winning the Daytona 500, and looking for his third top 10 on the season as well. Both the Busch brothers will line up in row 3 with Kurt Busch on the inside, Kyle Busch on the outside. Kyle Busch, a winner at Kansas in the spring race last season. Kurt Busch, a former Kansas winner as well. Eric Almirola and Alex Bowman will line up in row number 4. Bowman's had good runs at this racetrack in recent years. Almirola looking for another good performance today. It's been a while since he's had a top 10 this season, but a great starting spot to start things off. Martin Truex Jr. Ryan Blaney will be in row number 5. Truex, a former Kansas winner. Ryan Blaney only 2 top 10s at the racetrack in his last 8 starts. Ross Chastain and Chase Briscoe will line up in row number 6, both with wins this season. Briscoe with 1, Chastain with 2. William Byron and Chase Elliott make up an all HMS row 7. Elliott had won at this racetrack back in 2018 in the fall. Byron comes into this race today with 5 straight top 10s at this racetrack. He'll be looking for his third win of the day. Came close to winning at Darlington last weekend. Justin Haley and Cole Custer will be in row number 8. Custer trying to break into the top 10 this season. And Justin Haley finished a 3rd place last weekend at Darlington. Looking to get back-to-back top 10s today. Ty Dillon and Denny Hamlin will be in row number 9. Hamlin looking for his second top 10 of the season. Comes into this race scoring top 5s in 5 of the last 9 Kansas races, including 2 wins in the last 5 races. 275 combined laps for Hamlin in the last 5 races as well at the Kansas Speedway. Daniel Suarez and Corey LaJoie will be in row 10. Suarez is one of the don't have picks, only 1 career top 10 and 10 starts at Kansas. Austin Dillon and Eric Jones will line up in row number 11. Both have had surprisingly good runs this season and chances to win races. We'll see them starting in the second half of the field today if they can work themselves closer to the front and give themselves a shot at some much needed points. They're both around the bubble right now. Jones just on the outside looking in, and Dillon on the inside right now trying to hang on to one of those final spots for the playoffs. Kevin Harvick and Bubba Wallace will be in row number 12 today. Kevin Harvick still looking for his first win since 2020, and Bubba Wallace 24th in points coming in. He needs to start digging himself out of a hole if he's going to be thinking about being playoff bound this year. Michael McDowell and Harrison Burton will line up in row number 13. McDowell a top 10 last weekend at Darlington. Harris Burton looking for his first of the season still. J.J. Yaley and Noah Gragson will line up behind those guys in the next row in row 14. Gragson starting for Colleague Racing in that full-time chartered race team, but part-time for Gragson this year as he's running full-time in the Xfinity Series. Cody Ware and Brad Keselowski will line up in row number 15. Keselowski, very poor qualifying effort. Struggled last weekend at Darlington, getting into multiple incidents. We'll see if he can recover and have a good run today. Ty Gilliland, rookie, and battling for the Rookie of the Year, will be on the inside of row number 16 with BJ McLeod for Live Fast Motorsports on the outside. Josh Bilicki and Joey Logano will be in row number 17. Logano starting deep in the field after wrecking in practice yesterday. Chris Buescher, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also crashed yesterday in practice, and they will be starting in the final row in row number 18, trying to come up the back of the field. Stage breaks will be at lap 80, lap 160, and then to the end of the race from there as well. A lot cooler temperatures after the rain and the storms came in. Track temp only at 95 degrees, 66 on the air temperature today. Clear skies for this one. It may get a little slick out there, but probably more grip than what you saw in practice yesterday. But they're going to be pushing a lot harder than what they were in practice yesterday as well. Jeffrey Giordano, welcome to the stream. And welcome to everybody. Stephen Bennett pulling for Kurt Busch. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Smash the like button and again subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Drop of the green flag just a couple minutes away. Checking pit road speeds, or just did check pit road speeds that last time by as the field went down there. Randy Robert, welcome to the stream. Hot slick track. Over/under on cars to the finish, LOL. I don't think it's not going to be as slick as yesterday. Track temp, air temp is down. Air temp is down by about 20 degrees, so that's going to make a big difference. 22-degree difference between practice yesterday afternoon and today in the race, at least to start things off. We'll see. I'm sure it'll warm up a little bit throughout the course of the day, especially if the sun starts to peek through the few clouds that are hovering over the racetrack. No rain today. All of it came through this morning and into the early afternoon around the Kansas City area. So it'll be clear skies the remainder of the day, and we're going to get this full race in. You're going to be able to see the top 30 in the running order for today's race on the screen, as well as other statistics as far as lap times for all your favorite drivers, best times, best speed, best lap, any lead changes and different leaders we have, and as well as the cautions that we see throughout the course of today's race. You'll get to see the cause of those as well. Gonna make sure I get the audio synced up properly with Hulu real quick here. Fuel windows 58 to 62 laps as well. Pit road speed at 45 miles an hour. 80, 85, and 102 are the stage lengths, not 80, 80, and 107. So stage 2 about 5 laps longer than what it usually is on the mile-and-a-half racetrack, so sorry for that. I think that's just because of the caution laps that are going to be ran between stages, so it'll basically be the same length as far as green flag laps go. Lights have been out on the pace car. They will be going green this time. Pole sitter Christopher Bell elects the outside, which is where most drivers were in the Truck Series last night, but it was the inside lane that prevailed more often than not, so we'll see how that will work as well. Ronnie French and Jaden, welcome to the stream. George CD. Okay, welcome to the stream as well. Kevin Harvick is a prediction there. Let's go Blaney. Yep, Blaney's my favorite driver. That's who I'm rooting for today. That's why I've got the gear on. Field is going to work their way into the Geico restart zone, and we are going to go green. First half of the regular season will end at the end of the race today. Who will win at the Kansas Speedway? As Bell leads the field to the green, maybe seeing a penalty coming for Tyler Reddick as he beat the pole sitter to the start-finish line. Have to get a word from NASCAR and from the Fox booth, but I think Reddick might have a penalty coming his way, beating the pole sitter to the start-finish line at the start of the race. It was a great launch on the inside, but maybe too good, at least this early. Christopher Bell is going to be able to clear Reddick off the exit of turn 4 in that middle to upper groove. Busch gets the door slammed shut on him off turn 4 for about 4th place as Austin Cindric moved across the front nose of the 18, losing momentum for Busch off the high side off of turn 4. Kurt Busch dives underneath him and will make the pass for 5th. Busch down to the inside of Cindric as well for position, and he will slide up not quite clear that time off of turn 2, and Cindric and they're still side by side for 4th place. Bell's put about a 2-3. Carlin gap over Reddick. Larson working the outside in 3rd, trying to run down the 8 of Reddick. Kyle Busch fends off Eric Almirola from behind as Almirola might have slipped up out of the throttle off the exit of turn 4. Busch pulled away greatly from him, and now Almirola has a lot of cars right behind him trying to get around of Alex Bowman, Chase Briscoe, and Ryan Blaney. HMS Fan 9, welcome to the stream. Radio Angel YM, welcome to the stream. And the Dirty Air Show has begun. It's not as bad with these next-gen cars. I will say that much. Alex Bowman trying to slide job maneuver through 3 and 4 on Almirola for the 7th place position. Did not clear him. Almirola with the run up high will hold clear on Bowman through the tri-oval into turn 1. Bowman going to back the corner up to the outside instead that time. A lot of room open on the bottom for Chastain to try and slide across the 48. Couldn't do it. He'll have to hop in line behind him now and may be in danger of losing a spot to Briscoe into turn 3. We'll see if Briscoe goes to the inside this time. He does not. He stays to the outside. Chastain goes to the bottom to try and protect his position. Kyle Busch back to the inside of his brother Kurt, who got around him on the initial start of the race. They're side by side for 5th going into turn 1. Kyle Busch going to go to the inside, and Kurt's going to stay in that middle to upper groove near the wall. And Kyle Busch is going to be able to clear Kurt off the exit of turn 2 for 5th. Reddick staying within about 0.2 of a second on Christopher Bell. Still haven't heard anything yet. Oh, we got a spinner in the tri-oval. Chase Briscoe is sliding through the grass on the front stretch. Caution is out on lap 6 for the first time today. Caution is out. Chase Briscoe has spun, and we'll wait for the replay to verify what exactly happened there. Our first caution of the race today on lap 6. Did not take long. Briscoe loses control. He was running in the 10th place position right behind Ross Chastain and right in front of Ryan Blaney when that happened. Chase Dungo, welcome to the stream. How was Chase Elliott top of the points? Super consistent. Might have had contact from Martin Truex Jr. from behind. I kind of caught the end of the replay there. Hopefully they show another one. Should. No, I don't think Truex got into Briscoe. I think Briscoe just lost it off the exit of turn 4. He might have slapped the outside wall with the right rear corner panel, but that would have been about it if he had any contact with the wall. The rest of the right side of the race car looks good. Doesn't look like the fenders are caved in at all. And he didn't flat spot any tires going through the grass either, so he should be able to roll onto pit road, replace those 4 tires, get back on the racetrack, and remain on the lead lap. But he has lost all the track position. So Briscoe, I guess, complaining about the car being a little on the loose side. Obviously, he lost the race car off of turn 4. What lap do I think Ryan will pit? Probably with the rest of the field. I mean, I would have to imagine nobody is going to be hitting pit road under this caution flag. Only 6 laps of racing so far before the caution had come out. Obviously no free pass given because nobody was a lap down either. So the 14 is going to go all the way to the back. May have some cars at the rear of the field, maybe top off on fuel. I don't think anybody's going to take tires and use a set this early in the race. Appreciate the comment, Ronnie. And trying to, Randy Robert, thanks for the comment as well. And thanks for tuning into the stream. J.O. rooting for Eric Jones. Starting second half of the field. We'll see what he can do today. He's had a lot of great runs this season. See if he has another one today. What was the caution for? Chase Briscoe spun. I'm going to have to resync the audio up real quick, so I'm going to get rid of the display capture for now. I can't... Hang on. I have to wait for them to come back from the commercial break, so give me a couple minutes and I'll get the raw feedback up for you guys as far as the lineup goes. Again, we're under caution. Chase Briscoe has spun off turn 4, lost control of his race car after getting loose off the exit of the corner, was battling loose conditions in practice yesterday and was battling it for the start of today's race as well, as they have still, even with the cooler temperatures, not fixed the handling of that race car one bit from yesterday's on-track action to today's race. Bud Long, welcome to the stream. NASCAR lost all of integrity and excitement. So that's a very maybe irrational and bold comment, but thanks for tuning in anyway, and hopefully you enjoyed the live stream. No, there was no contact. Well, he might have made contact with the wall at the right rear corner panel, but he spun on his own. He didn't get contact from Truex, who was right behind him on the outside when it happened, but I don't believe Truex got into him. I think the 14 just lost it. They plugged into his radio back to his crew chief when he was talking to him, and he was just talking about the car being too loose still, so I don't think he was upset with anybody like anybody had taken him out there. Simple spin, bringing out the caution after Briscoe slid through the grass off the exit of turn 4 on the front stretch. All right, there we go. I should have the audio sync back up now, so I'll get the display capture back on. Should be quick caution considering there was no damage on the racetrack, no debris left over. No flat spotting of the tires for Briscoe as he slid through the grass. Just going to have to wipe the grass off the grill of the race car. And very quick yellow. They'll be going green this time by. It looks like we're only going to run about 4 laps under the caution. Christopher Bell was the leader. No penalty for Tyler Reddick. I thought he might have beat the leader to the start of this race, but I guess he did not beat the leader to the start-finish line last time, so fair game. Both the 8 and the 20 will be on the front row for this next restart. Row 2 will be Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson, with Almirola and Cindric in row 3. Cold weather take effect on the tires. Usually it adds more grip to the track, so especially with the rear tires, you're going to have more rear grip because the car's not going to want to spin the tires as much when you try to power back into the throttle. So if anything, I think it's going to help the tire wear a little bit, but Kansas is a track where we do see at least a little bit of tire wear. Not to the extent of, say, an Auto Club or Old Atlanta, but it does take a little bit of wear. Green flag is back in the air. Kyle Busch all over the back bumper of Reddick, giving him a great shot on the inside into turn 1. Reddick has the launch. Will he clear high? Bell gets a little unstable. Kyle Larson goes 3 wide up the middle and makes a daring pass for second place on the restart. Bell on the outside now battling with Kyle Busch, and Larson's up to P2 with Reddick in the lead. Larson goes to the outside, though, trying to catch some clean air, and Reddick goes more to the middle lane that time. Larson may have a run off the exit of turn 4. Almirola got unstable off the exit of turn 4, nearly put it in the wall, and now he's 3 wide middle through the trioval, battling Kurt Busch and Alex Bowman. Like Blaney may have gotten by on the inside of the 10 car after the initial checkup. Martin Truex Jr. with a daring move up the middle, 3 wide as well, making a pass on both Bowman and Busch through turns 1 and 2. Busch battles to the inside of Kyle Larson for second place. There's some contact on the restart off turn 4 at the back of the pack between Justin Haley and Cole Custer. Custer got squeezed into the wall by the 31 cars. They were 3 wide. Keep an eye on the 41 of Custer to make sure he doesn't have a tire rub. The Cabaza bodies on these next-gen cars makes it seem as if that is not as much a issue as, say, the Gen 6 car. Reddick has opened up about a 7/10 of a second lead over Larson. Kyle Busch was not able to get around Larson while battling side by side a second ago, and after failing to make the pass on the bottom because Bell ran the top right behind those two, he was able to get around Busch that last lap for third. So Kyle is battling Bell for the third place position right now, back to the bottom through 1 and 2 for Busch, and that's the pole in line behind Reddick on the back straightaway, who ran the outside and gets a great launch. That progressive banking, 17 to 20 degrees of banking at the Kansas Speedway in turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So multiple different lanes definitely possible to run here at Kansas. You can run all the way down on the white line on the bottom and run all the way near the wall, but the preferred lane for most drivers, especially in clean air, likely going to be up near the wall. Passing lane is definitely available on the bottom, and we've been seeing passes there both in the Truck Series race last night and already early on in the Cup Series race today. Denny Hamlin making a pass on Austin Dillon for position as well. Hamlin looking for his second top 10. His only top 10 was his win at Richmond earlier in the season. Reddick is pulling away from Larson and the rest of the field now after leading his first laps of the race, taking the lead away from Bell, who did not have a good restart after qualifying on the pole and leading the first few laps before the caution at lap 5. Bubba Wallace is working his way through the field, qualified 24th and is already up to 14, 10 spots gained in the first 15 laps, and 4 of those laps were ran under caution. Makes a pass on William Byron for position that last lap and is right behind a side-by-side battle between Eric Jones and Alex Bowman for 12th. So Wallace seems to be the biggest mover in the early going of the race today, along with Joey Logano, who started at the rear of the field and still back at 31st, actually. So Logano is definitely struggling with his race car. Briscoe's up about 6 spots from the restart. Tad bit fresher tires as well, so he's not really moving forward either. Stuck back in traffic. Wonder what's going on with Logano right now. Of course, Logano wrecked in practice yesterday. Had to go to a backup car, so that obviously put him behind after a left rear tire went down off the exit of turn 4, and he slammed the wall driver's side door first. So these are his first laps with this backup car on this racetrack this weekend. That is definitely costing him in the early going. Wallace now has already caught the 43 of Eric Jones for 13th, and he is looking for a slide job move through turns 3 and 4. Not going to be clear yet. Jones has a run on the outside. Wallace going to go down to the apron through the tri-oval, trying to complete the pass still. See if he'll side draft the 43 before diving it off in the 1. Not too aggressive with it, but may have a chance. No, does not get around him through 1 and 2 either. And again, has to sit in line behind him and try to restart that move over the next couple of corners once again. 18 laps into stage number 1. Our top 10 would run Tyler Reddick in the lead by 1.3 seconds over Kyle Larson. Christopher Bell is in 3rd place at 2.2 seconds off the lead. 2.9 seconds off the lead in 4th is Kyle Busch. And Austin Cindric rounds out the top 5 at 4.9 seconds off the lead. Daniel Suarez is up a bunch of spots from the start of the race to 6th place at 5.2 seconds back in the race lead. Ross Chastain is 6.2 seconds back in 7th. Almirola is 6.6 seconds back in 8th, or make that 7.4 seconds back in 8th. Kurt Busch is in 9th, 8.1 seconds off the lead. Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10, 8.7 seconds off the lead. 20 laps in to 267 total and 80 laps in stage 1. Everybody will have to make a pit stop in stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 today with the medium to longer lengths in these stages. Artel Antoine, welcome to the stream as well. PSV Sports and Gaming Central, welcome. Can't get over how beautiful the cars are. These are good looking cars. They're very sporty looking too. I do say though that Joey Logano's paint scheme this weekend, he's got a Verizon 5G paint scheme, red and black. Kind of similar colors that would be on, say, the Indy cars. In the IndyCar series, like Will Power's car, and it looks very good on a stock car this weekend. Logano might have one of the better paint schemes in the field. Fox is on a full screen commercial break right now, so I guess we'll take a full rundown of the running order for the first time today, going through all 36 cars on the field. So again, Tyler Reddick has the lead by 1.3 seconds over Kyle Larson, who is in 2nd place. Christopher Bell is in 3rd, Kyle Busch 4th, Austin Cindric again rounds out the top 5. Daniel Suarez is in 6th, Ross Chastain in 7th, Eric Almirola 8th, Kurt Busch 9th, and Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 10. Ryan Blaney in 11th now, Alex Bowman in 12th, Bubba Wallace up to 13th, Eric Jones 14th, and William Byron stuck in 15th. Chase Elliott 16th, Denny Hamlin 17th, Austin Dillon 18th, Kevin Harvick 19th, and Michael McDowell rounds out the top 20. Cole Custer in 21st, Justin Haley 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, Ty Dillon 24th, Corey LaJoie 25th, Brad Keselowski 26th, Harrison Burton 27th, Noah Gragson 28th, Chase Briscoe 29th, and Chris Buescher in 30th. 31st is Joey Logano, J.J. Yeley 32nd, Ty Gilliland 33rd, Josh Bilicki 34th, Cody Ware 35th, and B.J. McLeod is the only car lap down in last in 36th. Rounding out the field today, 2 different leaders, 2 lead changes in the early going of the race. Reddick has led 14 laps. Christopher Bell has led 10 from the pole. Currently running first and third between those two drivers. William Gaming YXY, welcome to the stream. Watching the race but unmuted and listening to me? Well, thank you. Thank you for staying with us. 253 people watching already. We are only in stage 1 in this race. I'm trying to figure out why I have the broadcast. I'm logging out of Hulu real quick. I'm trying to figure out why I can hear the broadcast in my ear and on. I think what I'm hearing is like well off of what I'm watching right now. So I think they're just going to break in my ear and they're just coming back from break on TV. Everything is off right now with the what I'm hearing in my ear versus what my eyes are seeing on the screen in front of me. Lap 26 right now, but Fox is back from the commercial break. Looks like lap speeds are settling in a bit. Pretty much. Fastest laps of the race were pretty much all ran in that very first run, the first few laps on their tires before the caution came out for Briscoe spinning on lap 5. I think there's only 4 drivers in the top 20, it looks like, that actually ran their fastest lap after the restart on a little bit older tires. That would include Kyle Busch, Daniel Suarez, Bubba Wallace, and Ryan Blaney. And 3 of those 4 have been charging up through the field since the restart of Busch, Suarez, and Wallace, but Blaney's been falling back a bit. He's up to 10th and now is back to 13th. About 5 to 10 laps later. Logano's still sitting at 31st right now. He is just not going anywhere. And honestly, even the 15 car for Rick Ware Racing of J.J. Yaley is right behind him. In 32nd, he's not pulling him. It looks like Yaley is actually looking to the inside to middle lane through turns 3 and 4 to potentially make a pass on Logano for position. And that's not really working either. For, really either driver, I guess. Logano, of course, last week's winner. Led the most laps, leading 107 at Darlington as well last weekend. Also got a stage win. Christy Tillman, welcome to the stream. Saying hi to Tyler Tillman, who might be in the chat, maybe. I don't know. Over 250 people watching right now. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as well on the channel. We are very close to 2,000 subs on the channel. I think we could definitely get there today during the race. And I do also think that we can break our potential record for the most people ever watching one of these live streams during the course of a race. 489 is the record for concurrent viewers during a stream that was at Las Vegas earlier this season. Came close 2 weeks ago at Dover, second highest with 371. And even last week at Darlington, we had over 300 people watching as well at one point. Oscar Ramirez Herrera, welcome to the stream. Flipping the Bird, welcome to the stream. Drove past the Speedway earlier. Thought, is Jordan there? Yeah, Michael Jordan might be there. I don't know what tracks he shows up to and doesn't show up to. I guess it just depends on what his agenda is going through. I don't know if Charlotte's in the playoffs or not this year for the NBA, so if they are, he's probably over wherever city they're playing in, but I have no clue. I haven't watched, I don't think I've seen a single NBA game this year, to be completely honest. Well, still moving through the field. Looks like he makes the pass on Alex Bowman for 11th place. Kyle Larson has caught Tyler Reddick on this longer green flag run now, as Reddick's speed is starting to maybe fail on him as we get later and later into this tire stint. Again, nobody has pitted for tires yet in this race except for Briscoe, who had a spin. He's at the very back of the field, and he only has a few lap fresher tires after spinning on lap 5. Lap traffic seems to be holding Reddick up the last couple of corners as well, so put Todd Gillen a lap down through turns 1 and 2. dives underneath of J.J. Yaley, trying to put him a lap down, and then Joey Logano is right in front of Reddick and in danger of going a lap down already early in the stage. Logano, the last car in the lead lap. Larson's definitely getting through the lap traffic quicker than Tyler Reddick. Larson with a late dive to go to the bottom in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Might have been too late. He's not going to be able to make the pass on Reddick, but he will stay alongside of Reddick now down the backstretch. Side draft before sliding it off into turn 3. Slide job move from by Kyle Larson on Tyler Reddick. Easily going to clear him by about a car length and a half. And for the first time today, it'll be Kyle Larson leading his first lap of the race at Kansas. Chris Buescher is on pit road. Caution has come out right after Larson took the lead. Looks like heavy damage to the 78 car of BJ McLeod. So caution is out right before Logano goes a lap down. That is a big caution for the 22 team. And I don't know if Buescher was on pit road when the caution came out or if he was on the track. Like the 78 car might have lost the tires. He spun in the middle of the tri-oval. Very odd place to go for a spin. And it looks like the roof hatches come open on the 78 car as well. I don't know if that was mid-spin that happened or what happened there. Window net is still up on the 78 car. The tires seem to be flat all the way around. It's going to be tough to get that car back to pit road. But we'll see what the strategy is going to be to pull that 78 car off. And we will definitely be seeing pit stops during this caution once pit road opens after they get the 78 car, who is beached on the front stretch right now, out of the way. Just north of the halfway mark in stage 1 when this caution came out. It is the second of the race. And the AdventHealth 400 at Kansas. Joseph Kolnick, welcome to the stream. Wish you could watch. That's a bummer. Well, hopefully stay tuned here. I'll give you all the coverage you need. Except for actually showing you the actual race. Yeah, the audio, I need to fix this audio while we're under caution because they're still racing in my ear and the caution's obviously been out for a little bit now. Sorry for closing the display capture off on you guys and closing the leaderboard off. I need to just jump to live. Okay, I think we're good now. Hopefully. Looks good to me. I don't know what happened that I fell so far off of it. Cars are on their way to pit road as we speak. Here's the Fox team with the reports.
Daytona 500 winner Austin Cindric in that 2-car pitting from the 5th position. Likes his car so far, but says it's just a little bit too snug, so they'll make a slight air pressure adjustment. The 18 of Kyle Busch, the fastest pit crew in the series over the past month. 4 tires and gas for Kyle. No other adjustments, Jamie.
Kyle Larson comes in as the leader. Tight off. They're going to make a big adjustment to free him up there on the 5 car. The 8, Tyler Reddick, started tight, trended loose, thought something maybe was wrong. Happy to get these fresh tires. And the 20 is Christopher Bell. Kind of loose on top. Air pressure adjustment of 4 tires.
Looks like Christopher Bell will win the race off of pit road, gaining 2 spots, getting from 3rd to 1st. 2 spots gained for Daniel Suarez, Ross Chastain, Martin Truex Jr., and Eric Almirola as well. Justin Haley's car is on fire, seemingly, as they are putting in the fire extinguisher on the 31. And they're jacking up the left side. I think there was a fire of some sort under the left rear of Justin Haley's race car. Might have been some chunks of rubber that were left in there that had ignited right after he had pulled out from his pit box and was still on pit road. Craig Foster, welcome to the stream. Coverage is great. Thank you for the service. Thank you. Appreciate it. Austin Reed, welcome to the stream. He's rooting for Alex Bowman today. So it looks like Christopher Bell back in the lead when we come to the restart. Buescher did not pit. I am not sure if he was on pit road when the caution came out or if when he hit the commitment line, the caution had come out before he hit the commitment line, he's getting penalized for it. Looking at the live leaderboard on the channel right now, looks like Buescher's 31st, which is the second to last car on the lead lap. So that tells me that Buescher must have had a penalty for hitting the commitment line after pit road closed when the caution immediately came out. So by rule, Buescher will be at the rear of the field in the restart. So it will be Bell who will restart and be the control car in the lead after winning the race off of the pit lane, getting back out in front of Reddick. That caution came out at lap 33 for the 78 car spinning in the middle of the front stretch as he may have had a tire go down. The 38 car of Todd Gillen will get the free pass after just losing his lap moments before the caution. And again, Joey Logano was in danger of going a lap down after having a poor start to this race, being in that backup car after wrecking in practice yesterday. And currently right now, Logano has moved up in the pits after the pit stops to 25th, but he was in 30th, last car on the lead lap, and only a couple car lengths away from going a lap down to Larson, who had actually just taken the lead away from Bell. But that 5 team is back in 10th place right now after a poor pit stop for them as well. So Larson, who came in as the leader, bad pit stop on the number 5 team, drops him back to 10th. That's why a lot of those teams gained about 2 spots on pit road, was because somebody ahead of them had not had a good stop, and it was Larson. Kurt Busch also didn't have a good spot and is back in 13th now for the restart. Bubba Wallace also loses 5 spots on pit road from 11th to 16th. Austin Cindric, who was in 5th place when the caution came out, will be restarting 15th. So about 3 or 4 drivers there had very bad pit stops, maybe trying to get that lug nut secured on whatever tire it was that maybe was not secure, whatever the case is. Slow pit stops for 4 teams that were in the top dozen. And 3 of those 4 are now outside the top dozen. And Larson's barely clinging on to a top 10. Leif Tudor, welcome to the stream. Happened to Larson. Yeah, he just had a bad pit stop. I didn't see exactly what happened there, but they just had a slow stop. Benyomin G, welcome to the stream. It says baseball. No, this is NASCAR. I like baseball, though, but my Tigers are struggling this year, unfortunately. Par for the course as of the last few seasons, I guess. Oh, wow. So the left rear tire completely came off of Justin Haley's race car, and there was flames both on the car and in the pit box itself. So, again, the 31 of Justin Haley pulled out of his box. The left rear tire came off. And the slow stop on the 5 of Larson was the rear tire changer. The gas man did not pull out of the way for the tire changer to get around him. It had to kind of sneak underneath him. And that's what made for the slow stop on the 5 team. Penalty for Austin Dillon for equipment out of the box as the gas can was lodged into the left rear of his race car when he pulled off of his box as well. So Dillon will have to go to the back of the pack. Denny Hamlin with an equipment interference penalty. Another bad stop for the 11 team this year. And he's also going to restart at the rear of the field. So a lot of penalties and a lot of slow stops on the first stop of the day today. Getting a little jittery on pit road, it seems like. Penalty for Austin Cindric also on pit road, so not only a slow stop for him, but he'll also have to go to the rear of the field on the restart. Penalties all over the place. Uncontrolled tire penalty for Austin Cindric. Christopher Bell again elects the outside on the restart despite losing it to Reddick on the inside the last time. I'm just shocked that so many drivers are picking the outside on the restarts. We saw in the truck race last night, we had 4 restarts total. 3 of the 4, the inside truck got to the lead on the restart. Today, we've had the start of the race and 1 restart, and the inside car is already 1 for 2. So I don't know why so many drivers continued to pick the outside both last night and today. And Christopher Bell has been the control car on every start/restart in today's race, so it's only been him making the decision so far. And obviously Reddick's going to take the bottom because it's been working out for him, and he was second in line. A lot of penalties, yes, there was. Tristan Heidenkamp, welcome to the stream as well. I think 24 backed up more than expected. His right rear was done. Cherokee Man 71, welcome to the stream. Having a bad time with the tires coming apart. Yes, they are. They have all season, unfortunately. Green flag back in the air. The two JGR Toyotas on the outside of Bell and Kyle Busch get a great launch with Busch giving a great push to the 20 of Bell. Bell's going to be clear and actually pulls to the bottom on Reddick in the middle of 1 and 2 to verify that he's going to be able to hold on to the lead on the restart. 2 and 3 wide in the pack back behind them, jockeying around for position in a fight for the outside. That has been the preferred lane for most of the day and most of the weekend in general, as we saw that in the truck race last night as well. Tyler Reddick couldn't get to the outside, got stuck 3 wide middle. Great move by Daniel Suarez to make the 3 wide pass on both Chastain and Reddick through 3 and 4. Reddick is still dropping back. Big block by Chastain right in front of Martin Truex Jr. in the tri-oval. It was that caused Truex to wreck at Dover on the last lap when Chastain threw a big block on him there. Chastain going for it early. Reddick slides in between the 1 and the 19 that time to get back into 5th place around Truex after Reddick had lost about 4 or 5 spots the first 2 laps now after the restart. Cars scattering all over the place in the tri-oval. Larson dropped back a couple more spots on the restart as well. 3 wide behind him between Wallace, Harvick, and Blaney. Larson back to the outside lane. Wallace underneath him looking for 10th. And I don't think he cleared him yet. Blaney and Harvick still side by side behind those guys for 11th as well. The Trackhouse car is running side by side for position. Chastain goes to the inside to make the pass on Daniel Suarez for 3rd. Chastain is rocketed forward after the restart, much like Daniel Suarez. Both those guys having good runs early on. Trying to catch the JGR Toyotas out ahead of them with Christopher Bell and Kyle Busch. Bell had that great launch and great push from Busch, but Busch has stayed with him every step of the way, and he's within about a car length or 2 behind Bell still about 3 laps after the restart. Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr. side by side to battle for 6th place. Bowman on the outside. Truex doesn't go all the way near the wall on the outside, trying to pinch the 48 perhaps by running the middle line, holding the 48 tight. And either way, he still gets enough of a run on the front stretch to clear Bowman by about the time they got back to the start-finish line. Now a half a second lead for Bell over Busch the last couple laps. It seems like Kyle was just unable to stay with Bell. I'm not sure if maybe dirty air played a factor in that, or Busch might have just been pushing too hard early in the run to try and stay with the 20. Is falling back, maybe trying to conserve his tires a little bit more as well. I'll tell you what, keep an eye on Bubba Wallace because he is looking very fast early on. Qualified 24th. Got to the top 10 right before the caution came out. First lap after the race started, lost a couple spots, got him back immediately within the next 3 or 4 laps afterwards, and now he's up to 9th, and he's actually battling Almirola for 8th place. Side by side, and Wallace is clear, and now is in 8th on Almirola. 23-11 Toyota driving forward. Chase Elliott went down to nearly the grass on the front stretch to make a pass on Harvick and Blaney, who are racing each other hard and slowing each other up. After Elliott had ran the outside and turns 3 and 4 and had a tremendous run on the front stretch on the 4 and the 12. Gutsy move by Elliott, almost ran out of room. Kurt Busch and Ryan Blaney moments later on the restart nearly made contact, but did a great job staying off of one another. I don't think there was contact between the two, but the 12 definitely got a little out of shape. Not sure if aerodynamically Busch might have taken the air off the left side of the race car or what the case was there. Not a lot of side force on the next gen cars compared to previous generations of cars in the Cup Series. Ralph Nolan, welcome to the stream. Spiniak, welcome to the stream as well. Been searching for the stream for 10 minutes after watching last week. Just liked and subbed. Thank you. Thank you for that. Almost 300 people watching already in this race. Definitely the most we've ever had, I think, on the channel in Stage 1, as we have 32 laps to go yet. We'll be at lap 50 this time by at a 267 total. Past halfway through the stage, we've had 2 cautions for incidents so far for the 14 and the 78 cars spinning, both on the front stretch or off the exit of turn 4 for Briscoe's sake. And they did get BJ McLeod's car off the track. He is out of the race right now. So McLeod, the only driver out, the other 35 still in. No non-charter teams showed up this weekend to race at Kansas, so just a 36-car field for today's race. Right now in the top 10, there are 0 Fords. Well, never mind. 9th place, there's a Ford. Eric Almirola, he's the only Ford in the top 10. 5 Chevrolets and 4 Toyotas running inside the top 10 right now. In fact, you have to go back to Kevin Harvick in 15th to find the second highest running Ford in the field right now, as they're all log jammed from 15th on back. And a lot of them outside the top 20 like Custer, Busher, Burton, Keselowski, and Briscoe. Cindric as well after that penalty is back in 30th. Ryan Blaney, who was in the top 10 of the restart, fell back to 18th, and McDowell's just passed him for 17th. Fox on a commercial break. Once again, we'll take a rundown of the top 10. Christopher Bell is the race leader by 0.6 of a second over Kyle Busch. Ross Chastain is 1.8 seconds off the race lead in third. Daniel Suarez is 3.5 seconds back in fourth. Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 5 at 4.2 seconds off the lead. 4.4 seconds off the lead is Martin Truex Jr. in 6th. Alex Bowman in 7th, 5.2 back. Bubba Wallace is 5.4 seconds back in 8th. Eric Almirola 9th, 5.9 seconds back. And William Byron rounds out the top 10 at 6.6 seconds off the race lead. As far as the pre-race predictions to see how those spotlight drivers are going right now, Christopher Bell was one of the sleeper picks today. He is currently leading after qualifying on the pole and has led the most laps so far, 27 and counting in the early going of today's race. Daniel Suarez, who was one of the don't-haves, is actually in 4th place right now. So at least for the short term, proving me wrong. Again, by the end of the race, that was my prediction. It's all about where they finish, not where they're at, middle of stage 1. And Daniel Suarez, I predicted to not have a top 10 finish today. He was one of the don't-have picks. William Byron was one of the must-have picks. He is rounding out the top 10 right now, so far running pretty good after qualifying a little bit further back. And Chase Elliott also qualified outside the top 10, running 11th. I said guaranteed top 10 for him as well. He'll score some stage points today. Right now, just on the outside of stage points, looking in. Kyle Larson was my pick to win today's race. He is in 12th place as of right now. He was in the lead going to that last caution, but lost a lot of spots on pit road, and the rear tire changer had problems getting around the gas man. The gas man did not give him the room he needed to get to the left side of the race car when changing those tires. Ryan Blaney was one of the don't-haves this weekend. He is not performing that well in the early going, is still falling back after the race start now to 19th. Denny Hamlin, who started a little bit further back in the field, is slowly working his way forward. He's up to 17th place. Of course, had a penalty during that last pit stop, restarted at the tail end of the field as well, so that's what's dropped Hamlin back a little bit further, but he's making his way forward. And he was one of the dark horse picks as well for today's race. So those are all the spotlight drivers and where they are running as of right now, with about 25 or so laps to go in stage 1. J-Dog 2019 and straight out of NASCAR. Nathan Martinez, welcome to the stream. James Buck, welcome. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Over 300 people watching. Again, our stream record is 489 people watching. We'll see if we can break that record today. That was from Las Vegas earlier this season. We had live commentary for the truck race last night. We'll be having live commentary next Sunday for the All-Star race at Texas as well on the channel. I will be live for both the actual All-Star race itself at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Sunday night. I'll also be doing live commentary on a separate stream for the open races. I believe that start at 6 p.m. next Sunday afternoon. So be sure to tune in next weekend for all All-Star race coverage. I'm not sure when they're going to have qualifying on Saturday. If they do end up having it towards the nighttime when I get off of work, I may stream that as well. But I'm not sure on what time they start that. If it's going to be during the day, then I can't. I know the truck race is next weekend at night, so they're probably not going to have qualified for the Cup Series that late. And I'll probably end up, unfortunately, missing it because of my work schedule. Buddy that you went to high school with is currently racing in Champ Car Endurance Series, Hallett, Oklahoma. Congratulations, and hopefully he does well in his future motorsports career. Kyle Larson's definitely not handling the same back in traffic, or at least since the restart. He's actually the fourth running of the Hendrick Chevys and has lost 3 spots after the restart, despite obviously losing a bunch of spots on pit road as well. Christopher Bell not pulling away from Busch too much. Kyle got a little loose off turn 4 that time and actually gaps him by about another car length or 2 on the front stretch. 0.6 of a second off the lead, but it is far and away these two pulling away from the rest of the field collectively. Chastain's 3 seconds back in third. And they have almost 5 seconds back to fourth on back right now and growing. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who was in a backup car after wrecking in practice yesterday, is up to 14th. Stenhouse has back-to-back top 10s coming into today's race. Second at Dover and 8th last week at Darlington. Good things for Stenhouse recently, and he's looking fast early on, coming from the rear of the field to 14th in the early going. And it's only stage 1, too, so that's pretty quick how he was able to make those moves. And he is less than a half a second behind Larson right now, and Larson's fading, so he may get around him for 13th shortly. Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace are going to be battling for the 6th place position very soon as Wallace closes in on Reddick. 23-11 McDonald's Toyota is flying through the field right now. He's the biggest mover from the start of the race by far. After qualifying 24th, and it's going to be interesting to see, though, if he can keep that speed going for him. Oh, trouble on the front stretch! Daniel Suarez has spun. He backs down the racetrack. Almirola has to go almost into the grass to try and miss him. And Suarez is on pit road now. Not sure if he got into the wall at all. He looked to be nose first into the wall briefly. And he has stalled out with some flat tires, so that pace truck is going to try to push him into his box. 19 laps to go in stage 1. Caution is out for Daniel Suarez spinning off of turn 4. And we'll check out the replay to see what exactly happened. Suarez was in 4th place at the time of the spin. That is tough. He's outside the cutoff line coming in and was 19 laps away from scoring a lot of stage points. And unfortunately now, at least in stage 1, is not going to get any. And we'll see how quickly they can get that car to his pit box. Good news is he is on pit road right now, but has a couple flat tires and is down on the rims. Looked like he just stepped out from underneath them right in the middle of the corner and was fighting it all the way to the exit. He did nose into the wall pretty good, some damage to the splitter, the 99. The left rear tire is completely flat on the race car, which might have been the cause of the caution and the cause of the start of the spin. Whatever the case was, he was starting to lose it in the middle of the corner. He was fighting it all the way throughout and eventually just kind of overcorrected and couldn't save it. And mid-spin ended up actually turning the car back around and nosed it into the outside wall off of turn 4. Everybody was able to miss him. Almirola had a close call, nearly having to go into the grass to miss the 99 who was backing down the racetrack. But all seems to be good there for him. It's a tough break for Suarez. I guess that makes my prediction look good if he doesn't rally back into the top 10. He definitely has some damage. It doesn't look like he has a lot of damage to the front of the car, but he definitely jammed the nose into it, at least good enough to damage the splitter, which is going to hurt the downforce on the front of that car. And we know these cars are already lacking downforce as it is. I think the day's going to be even harder for Daniel Suarez going forward. And his chances of at least having a good finish are going to be very, very difficult from here on out. Like I mentioned, on the outside of the cutoff line coming in, and he is losing not only what looked like it was going to be a great day, but a lot of stage points, at least early in stage 1 as well. And this might go on to be the 10th straight race that Daniel Suarez will fail to finish in the top 10 of Kansas. Roy Jenkins, welcome to the stream. Belinda Leverett, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I am listening to that, by the way, as well. It sounds like Christopher Bell may have had a tire going down when the caution came out. Of course, he's the race leader. And he definitely has a tire down. It looks like the left rear is smoking. Might have a tire rub going on. Didn't make contact off the restart. But it is getting pretty flat right now, and we'll have to make sure he doesn't tear apart the left rear corner panel of the race car. So this is going to give the lead to Kyle Busch, I believe. I'm not sure if pit road is open this time by, and if it is, we'll see who will pit. It's going to be very interesting to see who will pit, though, considering the fact and these guys have gone a little over 20 laps on these tires. A lot of smoke coming out of the 20 of Bell right now as the left rear is, again, nearly, if not already, down on the rim. A flat tire. Perfectly timing caution for him to pit, not lose control and damage the race car. Bell's had a lot of good runs as of late. 5 top 10s in the last 7 races coming into today's race. And he has led the most laps so far after qualifying on the pole. 38 laps led, but He's going to be coming into the pits for sure, and it looks like the rest of the field will be hitting pit road with just less than 20 laps to go in stage 1. Bell's definitely going to lose the lead coming out of the pits. It's probably going to be hard to jack up the left side of the race car with the left rear down on the rim right now.
The 18 of Kyle Busch pitting from second. Says the engine has a harsh harmonic. We'll keep an eye on that, Jamie.
Ross Chastain in the 1 said he feels the bumps now more than ever, but it's not a problem. He's building a little bit tight there. He's in. Tyler Reddick in as well with the chassis adjustment. Been fighting that balance now that he's back mired in traffic. And the 20 was the leader. He's led 37 laps today. You saw that left rear was flat, so they're fixing that now, making sure there's minimal damage there.
Eric Jones is going to win the race off pit road, taking just 2 tires, gaining 11 spots. We'll see how that's going to work out for him, trying to get some stage points. Again, he is just below the cutoff line coming in. Third caution of the race at lap 61 in stage 1. Daniel Suarez has spun off turn 4, nosing it into the outside wall as well, and he has already lost multiple laps during the caution after running in 4th place prior to the spin. So we'll have a restart with right around maybe a little less than 15 laps to go in stage 1 when the time happens. Jennifer Grand, welcome to the stream. Beaver the Ham 27, welcome to the stream as well. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Over 300 people watching. This could be a new stream record today. And who knows, maybe we get over 2,000 subscribers on the channel as well. Only 18 away. Subscribe if you have not already for more daily NASCAR content. Hit that like button down below as well. That helps grow these streams out. For anybody who is maybe not able to watch the race with it being on cable again this weekend on the Fox Sports 1 channel. For those of you wondering if you are able to watch it. By hitting that like button, it's going to make this trend a little bit better as well, and maybe can bring more viewers in looking for a way to find the race. Or any race coverage for that matter. Mazda Miata, but don't know what year the car is. Yeah, the only real sports car race I watch on a yearly basis is the Rolex 24. It's like a perfect time of the year for that to happen, though. It's kind of the prelude to motorsports between that and I guess the Chili Bowl earlier in the month. Just nailed the like. There we go. Yeah, our goal is 150 likes today, and we are almost at 100, and it's not even the end of stage 1. Usually the goal is 100, but we had a lot of people in here before the race started. I think we had over 100 before the race started, so I was like, you know what? I'm feeling good today. Let's make it 150. Most liked stream in the channel's history during the course of the live stream itself was a couple weeks ago at Dover when we hit 138 likes. Last weekend we had over 100 for the Darlington race as well, but just shy of the record, so we have a chance to break a couple records on the channel today, and a potential milestone as well if we get to 2,000 subscribers. A big day on the channel. Thank you for your support as always. Again, this is all in the hopes of hopefully getting into the booth for real NASCAR races down the road as well. And if you're wondering what other NASCAR content is on the channel, do some live race commentary for not only the races on the race weekend, but even the video game side during the week, just to keep the live commentary going, the realistic commentary going. NASCAR 6 is going to be brought to the channel later this week. Had some various polls throughout the course of the week to see what drivers you wanted me to race as for a season mode in that game for all 3 of the top series, the Truck, the Busch, and the Cup Series. And most of those voting polls are in, still awaiting the finish to the Busch Series polls. But you guys have gotten a vote, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun doing that game starting later this week. We'll have our mini speed weeks, planning Tuesday night to be the truck race at Daytona. Wednesday night will be the Busch race, and then Thursday night will be our Daytona 500 for the Cup Series with the dual race earlier that Thursday afternoon. A couple cars also stayed out of the pits during the caution flag as well. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Corey LaJoie, and Austin Dillon all stayed out of pit road. Eric Jones took 2 tires in 4th, so 5th on back, which would be Kyle Busch, Ross Chastain, and Martin Truex Jr. on back, will be on 4 fresh tires. We'll have 13 laps to go in stage 1 when we go green this time by. And Stenhouse will be the control car electing the outside lane again. Nobody going to elect the bottom. I will say Bell took off well on the outside last time. Christopher Bell back in 22nd after his slow stop. Problems trying to jack up the left side of the car, I'm sure, after having the flat left rear. Justin Haley got a pull behind the garage. He got the free pass during the caution, but it looks like his car came on, had flames coming out from underneath it for the second time already in the race today, so they extinguished it again and pushed it behind the pit wall of the garage. Stenhouse, green flag back in the air. Again is the controlled car. Good launch on the bottom by Corey LaJoie in the 7. Everybody battling for a stage win. Kyle Busch going up the middle as Austin Dillon pulls out a line near the wall on the outside, not getting a great jump on his old tires. Busch is now looking to the inside of Stenhouse, middle of the back straightaway. Jones blocks the 24 car of William Byron for about 4th place further back. LaJoie slides up into Truex nearly as they're almost 4 wide in the middle of turns 1 and 2. LaJoie just got out of harm's way, and Truex was able to squeeze to the outside. Kyle Busch off turn 4 clears Stenhouse for the lead. Chastain to second, and Kyle Busch with 12 to go in stage 1, looking for another playoff point this season. Stenhouse getting put 3 wide again with Jones and Byron underneath him. Big push from Elliott to get the outside rolling again, and now Elliott dives to the bottom underneath of Stenhouse for 3rd, and he has it. 4 wide, nearly off the exit turn 4. Very tight between Wallace and Byron, who are the drivers on fresh tires, sandwiched. Now they are 4 wide in the tri-oval as Reddick goes to the bottom of the racetrack, and now Truex, will they make it into turn 1? They do for now, and it looks like they'll make it through the exit of the corner. What great racing going on middle of the pack. Trying to get around a couple drivers on older tires of Eric Jones and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Wallace still can't get around Stenhouse. Truex and Byron were finally able to get around the 2 cars in front of him, and they battle, it looks like, for the 5th place position. Kevin Harvick got into the outside wall off turn 4, trying to battle with Alex Bowman in the 48, nearly making contact between the 2 cars in the middle of the corner, leading to Harvick getting into the wall by corner exit, battling for 11th place. Just getting around Stenhouse right now to move the 2 up to 10th and 11th. 10 laps to go in stage 1. So after the shake-up off the restart and the running order through pit road, Kyle Busch is the race leader. 0.4 of a second ahead of Ross Chastain in 2nd. Chase Elliott's in 3rd, 0.8 of a second off the lead. Tyler Reddick in 4th, 1.7 seconds off the lead. And William Byron is in 5th, 2 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5. Now 9 laps to go in the opening stage of the race. Bubba Wallace finally getting around Eric Jones in the 43 car for 7th. Guess he restarted 6th. Or was 6th off of pit road. Restarted a little further back than that, considering the drivers on old tires. Jones is the highest running of drivers who are on older tires, but he even pitted for at least 2 tires. So he does have 2 fresh right sides, but the left sides are older than everybody else who pitted, which is primarily most of the field. But everybody that stayed out, Austin Dillon, Corey LaJoie, Ricky Stenhouse, are all outside the top 10 already, so that did not work out for them. The only benefit for those guys is if we get a lot of cautions in today's race, which so far we've had 3 for incident in stage 1, that they may have an extra set of tires to the end of the race. So it might be more of a long-term strategy call than a short-term to get stage points with that restart coming with 13 to go in the stage. Chastain closing the gap right now on Kyle Busch with 7 laps to go in stage 1. Into turns 1 and 2, both cars on the outside near the wall. He's got to put maybe a little dirty air on the one of Chastain for right now. Sits a few tenths of a second off the race lead. Kyle Larson and Kurt Busch are battling for the 13th place position. Larson has struggled as of right now after having that bad pit stop a couple pit stops ago midway through stage 1. And he is currently not even looking at getting any stage points in the opening stage. He was my pick to win this race and had led 3 laps during this one. As soon as he took the lead from Reddick, was when McLeod had spun, bringing out the string of yellows we've seen now. Had a couple back-to-back within a 20-lap stretch of green flag laps. Chastain is trying to keep up with Kyle Busch the best he can right now, but just may not have the superior race car. And he's about 0.6 of a second off the lead with 5 laps to go in stage 1. Kyle Busch has not won a stage this season. I wanted to check that just to make sure. So this could be the first stage win for Kyle Busch in a couple of laps. Of course, the defending winner of the Spring Kansas race won the Bushy McBush Race 400 on his birthday last season. Trying to get it done today. as well. Andrew Patman, NASCAR fan, welcome to the stream. Tammy Rhodes, welcome. Miss a lot of races. Thanks for going live. Yeah, no problem. Be live next weekend again for the All-Star race at Texas as well. I'll be at Indy for the 500 on Memorial Day weekend, so I will not be able to commentate the Coca-Cola 600 after that. I'll be watching the race from my hotel room. I'm going to assume I'm not going to have enough Wi-Fi at the hotel to run the stream properly to give you guys a live commentary for that race, so I won't be doing live commentary for that one. Then I'll be at Gateway the following weekend for the NASCAR Cup Series race as well. So next weekend is the last live commentary race for the next few weeks. I think Sonoma would be the next race I'll be able to do live commentary for you guys. But race highlights from the grandstands from the Indy 500 in a couple weeks, as well as the Cup Series race at Gateway. I'm not going to be there for the truck race that weekend, but I will be there for the Cup race. And I believe Xfinity is at Portland that weekend as well, so I'll be watching that race from my hotel room as well. Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman now battling towards the back half of the top 10. Blaney had a great rally, pretty good pit stop, and also gained a lot of spots on the restart. He was 18th when the caution first came out, but at least right now he is battling for some sort of stage points with Alex Bowman as they're side-by-side for 9th with 2 laps to go in the stage. And it looks like Blaney's going to hold clear, running the outside lane. Bowman could not make the pass. Denny Hamlin, charging from a poor qualifying effort, is slowly getting better throughout the course of today's race. He goes to the outside through 3 and 4, as well does Blaney, because Bowman went to the bottom trying to get around the 12 car. Couldn't clear him off the exit of turn 4. They're going to side draft each other through the tri-oval. Hamlin's got a big run now. Final lap of the opening stage as they battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th. 2 of those guys will get stage points. 1 will not. And Bowman not going to be able to hold the bottom that time. Hamlin's got a massive run off the exit of turn 2, and he's going to dive bomb to the inside of Bowman going into turns 3 and 4 for the final stage point. At the front of the field, Kyle Busch is going to win stage 1 by about 1.8 seconds over Ross Chastain. Chastain will finish 2nd in the stage. Chase Elliott 3rd. Tyler Reddick 4th. William Byron 5th. Martin Truex Jr. 6th. 7th was Bubba Wallace. Eric Jones in 8th. Ryan Blaney 9th. And Alex Bowman by inches beats Denny Hamlin for that final stage point, rounding out the top 10. First stage win of the year for Kyle Busch. 6 playoff points total on the year with his win at Dirt Bristol as well. That was really close for 10th place between the 48 and the 11. I was trying to catch it out of the corner of my eye when I was looking at the leaderboard at the end there, and Bowman appeared by inches to beat Denny Hamlin out for that final stage point. Kyle Busch has looked a lot. I know he only has 1 win this year, and it was because the leaders took each other out at Dirt Bristol, but he has been really consistent this season. He was very consistent the last 2 years, even though he wasn't winning a lot of races. I mean, that's why he made it to the round of 8 last year and the round of 12. Season before that, even. He was still consistent enough to at least compete for a top 10 points paying finish in both seasons, but wasn't the Kyle Busch we were used to seeing years before. This year, he's still not winning a ton, but he is competitive like Kyle Busch in the past prior to 2020. I think having that practice back is definitely working wonders for him in that 18 team. Hope Bowman wins the race. He's been in top 10 all day. Hung on to 10th there at the end of the stage. He's not the worst running Hendrick car at the end of stage 1. Larson's back in 15th. He lost a few more spots. And Christopher Bell, who restarted 22nd, got back up to 14th. And he's led the most laps today. He's going to be one to look out for after restarting back in traffic a little bit more. And I'm sure we'll be having more pit stops during the stage break. We'll likely get an interview with Kyle Busch. During the stage break, you guys will get to listen to any interviews we get from any drivers in today's race. Whether it is interviews with the drivers on the track during the stage breaks, or they maybe get caught up in an accident or something, you guys will get to listen to that as well, like usual, with mid-race interviews on the channel. Then again, we could see some drivers stay out. I definitely think I think Eric Jones is going to pit, taking 2 tires. He was able to hold on to the top 10, so that definitely worked out for Eric Jones. So Eric Jones finished 8th in the stage. It's 3 stage points, and that's 3 more than what he would have gotten if he probably would have taken 4 tires. So good call for Jones. And if everybody pits this time too, he's gained track position with it. Again, he's just below the cutoff line coming into this race today. Problem is the guy he is battling right now, Tyler Reddick and Austin Dillon. Reddick was 4th. Austin Dillon didn't get any stage points. He stayed out on old tires and ended up back in 28th. So the entire field basically passed him. 77 car Josh Bilicki will get the free pass during the stage 1 break. So we'll have 31 cars on the lead lap when stage 2 begins. I just got an alert. The Reds lose 1-0 to the Pirates despite not allowing a hit in a game. First time since 2008 to allow 0 hits and lose. I didn't even know that ever happened. How do you have a no-hitter and still lose? I mean, I obviously know that can happen, but how does that happen? Old baseball update, I guess, mid-game. I just got that alert, and I was like, how? Only an Ohio team would figure out a way to do that.
He said, I'm not finishing the corner the way I need to. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment, but that's it for the 18, Jamie.
Ross Chastain in the 1 said he's freer on entry and in the middle, and the car is harder to drive now. They'll make a small adjustment for him. William Byron in the 24 can't feel the right rear much, just can't be aggressive with it either. The 8 of Tyler Reddick said that adjustment last time did not help me once I was back in traffic. Let's go back to the way we started. The 9, good fast stop for him. Pretty happy with it right now.
Chase Elliott wins the race off pit road by about a half a car length over Ross Chastain. He'll get to be the control car in the restart. 8 spots gained for Kevin Harvick, and Kyle Busch loses 9 spots on pit road, falling from the lead to 10th. The leaders on pit road today have lost a lot of positions. Larson lost a lot. Kyle Busch has lost a lot. Now Bell lost a lot. Granted, he had a flat tire when he pitted, but still. 3 times the leader has started 10th or worse coming to the restart after they led into the pits. Here's the interview with Kyle Busch during the stage break.
One thing I'm curious about, though, the top doesn't seem to be quite as dominant. Is it going to take a little while for the rest of it to rubber in? What do you feel like on lines right now?
Honestly, I feel like the first 4 to 5 laps you can kind of move around, but then after that you're glued to the top. So, I don't know, it's tough to pass. I felt like I've been a little bit quicker than a couple guys I've been around, but I'm just stuck behind them because I can't go low. So, that's where we're at.
All right, well, 10-4. Well, hey, congratulations on the baby. New baby into the world this week, so congratulations on that, and good luck the rest of the race.
Appreciate it. Sounds good. Looking forward to taking a trophy home to her.
We'll see if Kyle Busch can do just that. So again, Chase Elliott leads his first laps of the race now during the caution flag. He'll be the 6th different leader in today's race. 7 lead changes so far in the race as well. Kyle Busch has just won stage 1 for his first stage win of the season. Take a look at the point standings coming into today's race on the screen right now. These are the driver standings, so not the playoff standings, but the driver standings coming into today's race. Chase Elliott, 65 points ahead of William Byron. It's over 1 race worth of points. Max amount of points you can score in a single race is 60 if you win both stages and win the race. So Elliott has a big points lead there, but Kyle Busch comes in 6th in points, and he's actually tied with Ross Chastain for 5th, and is only 24 points back of Byron for 2nd. So winning this stage is huge. Consider the drivers ahead of him in points and where they finished in stage 1. Joey Logano didn't get any stage points. Blaney only got 2 stage points. Byron did finish 5th in the stage. Chastain was top 5 as well, but because he was tied with Chastain, that'll move him ahead of him. 10 points gained on Logano already, so as we run, Kyle Busch would be 4th in the regular season standings, already moving up 2 spots based off of stage 1 alone. So if he continues to score a lot of stage points and run well in the race, don't be surprised if Kyle Busch may jump into a podium slot in the point standings after this one today. A lot of work still cut out for him so far. 80 laps have concluded through stage 1. Stage 2 will be 85 laps. And the final stage, 102 to the end. Everybody will have to make a pit stop at some point during stage 2 and stage 3. So bare minimum, we are looking at about 3 more stops to the end of the race if we do have more green flag runs. But so far today, we've been seeing cautions every 20 to 30 laps. So we've seen decent runs in the pace. But then after 20 to 30 laps, we tend to see a caution. And we'll see if that happens again here. We had 3 cautions for incident in stage 1. Briscoe spinning on lap 5. Lap 33, BJ McLeod spun. And then Daniel Suarez spun and damaged the splitter of his car. at lap 61. Of course, the stage yellow at lap 80. Justin Haley's out of the race. He had a fire under his car multiple times in the stage. After the second one, they pulled behind the garage. Suarez is still 3 laps down after his accident and is likely not going to get those laps back, especially with how much damage he seemed to have had on the front of his car. But at least he's still in the race. If we see any more DNFs, he can pick up points there. Obviously, he's going to need as many points as he can get already coming into this race below the cutoff line. BJ McLeod again out of the race, as well as Haley. Those are the only 2 that have DNF'd so far. 31 cars on the lead lap. When stage 2 begins, when Fox comes back from the commercial break. Where's Hamlin running? Denny Hamlin is 13th right now. He finished 11th at the end of stage 1. By inches missed out on that final stage point to Alex Bowman. But he qualified a little further back in the field, which my predictions for Hamlin, I had him getting a top 10 for the second time this season today. I think he will. He's definitely progressively getting better as the race goes on, which I kind of predicted. He qualified too far back in the field, so I wasn't, fully thinking he was going to get a lot of stage points in stage 1, if any at all, and that did not happen. But I do think he'll at least get a good finish. Can't be the only one who thinks Kyle Busch looks like a turtle. Eater Purple people, welcome to the stream. And Quagmire, welcome to the stream. Rooting for Kyle Busch. So an update coming back from the commercial break. Penalties on pit road for Denny Hamlin for the second time today. Chase Elliott also penalized on pit road after he won the race out of the pits. Eric Jones is back on pit road again right now, as I think they're trying to get the right rear tire off the race car as the trying to figure out what's going on with Eric Jones in the 43 right now. So the lug nut was on too tight on Eric Jones' right rear tire. They couldn't get it off. They changed 3 tires, brought him back around. He's on pit road, still struggling to get the right rear off. He's going to go lap down after finishing 8th at the end of stage 1. Green flag is back in the air. Chastain will be the control car after Elliott's pit road penalty. He'll elect the outside lane with Truex down low in row 1. Field races off into turn 1. Byron giving a good push to the one of Chastain for right now. Still side by side off the exit of turn 2. Truex holding strong. We'll see. He's got a good run on the backstretch. He'll dive to the bottom into turns 3 and 4. Chastain going to try to squeeze the 19, run in the middle. Byron up high, trying to get as much momentum as he can. He's got a big run. 3 wide to the bottom goes Byron into the tri-oval. He'll lead that lap at the line by about a half a car length, and he's clear high. 3 wide pass for the lead for William Byron on the front stretch, and he clears everyone into turn 1. Truex and Chastain are still side by side. There was too much side drafting going on off the exit of turn 4, and Byron had such a big run running the outside near the wall that he blew right past both cars on the front stretch. Ryan Blaney up a couple positions now in the top 5. Reddick has just passed him for 4th place on the restart. Kyle Busch, after having that slow stop, has gained about 3 spots after the restart, making 4 as he gets around Kurt for 6th again. These two have battled a couple times on restarts already today, make it about another 3rd time, maybe more. There's no new NASCAR game coming out for this season. So Terry Lewis asked that in the chat. They're just going to update NASCAR 2021 Ignition with a season update in September, I guess is the plan. And then NASCAR 23 would be out sometime in the spring next year. Be the next actual console game. Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson may have made a little contact while battling for position on the restart as well, and Larson got squeezed and actually made contact with the wall off the exit of turn 4. Reddick and Chastain now side by side in the tri-oval for 2nd place. Reddick on the inside, Chastain up high. Can Reddick complete the pass through turns 1 and 2? He's going to slide up, and he is not clear. Nearly gets into the one car, and now drops in line behind him to hold Truex back. So hard to pass because of how much more the outside lane is preferred over the inside lane. Carries so much momentum through the center to the exit of the corner on the outside versus the inside. If you don't have that pass complete in the first half of the corner, you're going to lose a lot of ground off the exit of the corner, whatever end of the racetrack you're on trying to make the pass. It doesn't seem to matter. It almost seems like it is harder to pass in turns 1 and 2 versus 3 and 4, but it's fairly equal in passing ability on both ends. Kurt Busch just got back around Kyle that last lap for 5th place. They were both able to get around Blaney about a lap and a half ago, which has dropped the 12 car back to 7th. Rexy, welcome to the stream. Is there a NASCAR race that already happened? It is going on right now. We have the live leaderboard on the channel. Currently in Stage 2, Kyle Busch was the Stage 1 winner. Lost some spots on pit road and is back in 6th after the restart. Eric Jones got to lose another lap. They were able to get that car back on the racetrack, it looks like, but he has lost 2 laps now and is running right between the 1st and 2nd place car, which are separated by about a half a second. Chastain was able to fend off Reddick, and now he's pulled away a few car lengths from the 8 car. We'll see if he can run down William Byron. Byron has 5 straight top 10 finishes at the Kansas Speedway, finished 1st and 2nd in both stages in the fall race last year at Kansas as well. 2 wins for Byron this season and close to a 3rd last weekend at Darlington. Reddick had another good run last weekend as well, finishing in that 2nd place position behind Joey Logano, who was the race winner. So Reddick obviously having another strong run today. Reddick had really good runs on the intermediate tracks earlier this season. Actually led 90 laps in the Auto Club race before having a flat tire that ended his day early, while leading nonetheless in the final stage. Chris 270, welcome to the stream. Sure hope Logano pays Byron back for last weekend. I think he already did. Don't want another Harvick and Elliott situation, at least for Logano's sake, if he, sparks contact again. Joey Logano, who was struggling at the very beginning of the day after starting at the rear of the field, the backup car was in danger of going a lap down before BJ McLeod spun on the front stretch, sparking the 2nd caution at lap 33. Logano was the last car in the lead lap at 30th and only a couple of car lengths ahead of, at the time, race leader Kyle Larson. But ever since then, he's been able to get a little bit quicker and has now cracked the top 15 for the first time. Chase Elliott, who had a pit road penalty, is already up to 14th following the restart. So he's gained some positions. Stenhouse has moved forward after the restart to 12th as well. Denny Hamlin, who also had a penalty and restarted at the rear of the field, is in 19th. 11 teams had 2 penalties already in this race today. He's ran as high as 11th in the running order. Lap 19 of 85 in Stage 2 and lap 99 of 267 in the race. We'll take a full field look at the running order while Fox goes on their side-by-side commercial through Stage 2. So again, William Byron has the lead by 1.5 seconds over Ross Chastain. Chastain is in 2nd place right now. Tyler Reddick is in 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. And Kurt Busch rounds out the top 5. Another Toyota in 6th of Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney's the highest running Ford in 7th. Alex Bowman in 8th. Christopher Bell 9th, who was the pole sitter. And Kyle Larson back in the top 10, rounding out the top 10 in the 10th place position. Cindric qualified well, fell back, and now is up to 11th again. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 12th. Brad Keselowski started deep in the field, is up to 13th. Chase Elliott 14th. Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 15. Logano up to 16th. Cole Custer 17th. Bubba Wallace has dropped back like a rock to 18th after the restart. Denny Hamlin 19th after the pit road penalty, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 20. Michael McDowell in 21st. Chase Briscoe, after spinning on lap 5, is only up to 22nd. Ty Dillon is in 23rd. Austin Dillon 24th. Harrison Burton 25th. Corey LaJoie 26th. Noah Gragson 27th. Josh Bilicki 28th. Todd Gilliland 29th. And Eric Almirola rounds out the top 30. Eric Jones is the first car 1 lap down in 31st. J.J. Yaley is 32nd right now. So I guess Jones is only 1 lap down, not 2. My bad on that. I guess he got the car. Oh, no, he is. Okay, never mind. It updated. He is 2 down. I thought he was 2 down. So Eric Jones is 2 down in 31st. J.J. Yaley behind him in 32nd. Cody Ware 33rd. Daniel Suarez wrecked earlier. He is 34th. 4 laps down. And Justin Haley and B.J. McLeod are 35th to 36th out of the race today. Haley's car caught fire twice during stops. Second time they brought it back in. It was fire on the left rear, or underneath the left rear of the race car when they were changing the tires on multiple occasions. So extinguished it both times. Nobody was harmed in any way, and unfortunately ended his day early after a 3rd place finish at Darlington last week, 11th 2 weeks before that. 3 straight finishes of 11th or better for Haley. Unfortunately, he will not keep that streak alive today. And McLeod had some sort of an issue where he spun middle of the front stretch nearly on the apron when he did spin, and he hasn't been back in since. I thought it might have been a tire, but it might have been a mechanical failure of another sort that has taken McLeod out. Byron continues to grow the lead, now 2.1 seconds ahead. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live race commentary, live streams like you're seeing today with today's NASCAR Cup Series race. We also did last night's truck race at Kansas as well. I'll be live next weekend for the next live commentary race of the Cup All-Star race on Sunday evening. We'll start things off at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week with the Open and then the All-Star race at 8. The races are set for Fox Sports 1 next weekend as well. But you can tune in on the channel. I'll be doing live commentary for both races. Likely 2 separate streams because we're going to have probably an hour to kill between streams that maybe even a little more than that. But it'll be 2 separate streams next weekend. 6 p.m. will be the All-Star Open, and then the actual All-Star race stream will be at 8. Bradley Eldrith, welcome to the stream. Where's Daniel Suarez? Should be as fast as teammate. Well, he was early. Chastain was in 3rd, and Suarez was in 4th when Suarez spun. Lost the car in the middle of turns 3 and 4, nosed it into the wall, and that's why he's multiple laps down, lacking speed. The damage on his race car. But whatever the case was, obviously had a mistake happen, and Daniel Suarez isn't up there with his teammate this weekend, and it looked like he, at least very, very early, was looking like he was going to have a good run. There were only 19 laps to go in the stage when he had spun and was very close to getting a lot of stage points, which are much needed in his current playoff scenario. Justin Martell, welcome to the stream. Thanks for watching. Trying to shout out as many guys as I can, guys and girls in the chat as I can. It's tough to do, obviously, when we have a lot of viewers on the channel, but I do my best. Already multitasking as it is with the commentary and watching the race, and then trying to keep everything live and keeping up with the chat. It's a lot of work, but I enjoy doing it, and thanks for everybody tuning in, supporting me again this weekend. Make sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as mentioned. 124 likes on the stream right now. The goal is 150, so only 26 away, and we're still not even halfway through today's Cup race. About 24 laps or so shy of the halfway mark this afternoon. Currently only 9 subscribers away from 2,000 as well. Be here for all NASCAR content as far as the race weekend goes, with the live race commentaries and much more on the channel. So Kurt Busch is actually moving forward after the restart. He's up to 3rd. He got around Reddick moments ago, probably during the side-by-side commercial break. He's about 3 seconds off the lead and is only about another 10th or so behind Chastain. Leaves now Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch battling for 5th as Truex just made a pass on KFB that last lap. Chastain right in front of Kurt Busch right now, trying to hold the 45 car back. Busch below the cutoff line coming into today's race. Obviously, a win would lock him into the playoffs, so that'd be pretty big there. Already 10 different winners in the first 12 races this season, with Logano winning last week, becoming that 10th different winner. And only 2 drivers have more than 1 win, Chastain and Byron with 1 apiece, and they happen to be running 1-2 right now. Busch went to the bottom through 3 and 4. Couldn't pull alongside Chastain that time, but He is very, very close to the one and seems to be rolling the center of the corner a bit quicker. But every time he hops on the line to make the pass, Chastain at least is fast enough to keep the momentum up on the outside and keep Kurt Busch behind him. Kurt tried to run the middle groove that time through 1 and 2, maybe stepping out just to catch a little bit of clean air. Does the same thing in turns 3 and 4. But with doing that, he's just not able to really keep up with Chastain. Chastain got loose off turn 4, nearly got into the outside wall, and that allows Kurt Busch to make the pass. So he couldn't get around him cleanly to the bottom of the track and in the middle lane, but he kept enough pressure on him that Chastain eventually ended up making a mistake. Good job by Chastain keeping it off the outside wall, but unfortunately for Chastain, he loses a spot in the process, and Kurt Busch is up to P2. 2.7 seconds behind William Byron right now. We'll have to keep an eye on Busch to see if he can continue to close the time down on Byron, as Kurt Busch, presumably, seems to be one of the faster cars, if not the fastest car on the racetrack right now. A lot of trash on the grill of the 8 of Tyler Reddick in 4th place. He may have to let Martin Truex Jr. go. Oh, Reddick's in the wall! He loses the car! Made a great save, but he did bash the right rear into the wall. He was going to drop behind Truex to get the trash off the grill of the car, but he got sideways and kind of got in the wall. Truex cleared him by a lot, and now he's going to have to let Busch get around him. Now Byron's slow. Troubles for the leader. William Byron has a flat left rear tire. He's coasting around in the tri-oval. That'll give Kurt Busch the lead. No caution yet as Byron is very slow. Chunks of rubber coming off of his race car. Every car racing around onto the outside. Byron trying to stay out of the way. No caution, and the 24 car has an issue while leading. There were problems with left rear tires in practice, which caused multiple accidents yesterday. Seems like in the longer run, the left rear tire seems to be given out today. The third driver already to have an issue with it of some sort. And this time it's race leader William Byron. We stay green. No major debris on the racetrack, which is why we stay green, as Byron was able to keep his car collected. He was just very slow off the exit of turn 4, going through the tri-oval, and now is no longer your race leader. And he's likely going to lose time on pit road, and he's got a big comeback and an uphill climb if he's going to want a shot to win today at Kansas. Yeah, I just started that collection on the wall back behind me at Bristol last year. I wish I would have started it sooner. Every race I go to, I'm getting a few die casts, so hoping to get some at Indy or the 500. Maybe I'll see some NASCAR ones there. If not, then definitely got to get at least one IndyCar one, too. Tyler Reddick is slow. Now he has a tire going down. Another issue for another driver in the top 5. It's the right rear tire on Reddick. Now, Reddick did have contact with the wall a few laps ago when he lost third place at the time to Martin Truex Jr., and I think that's what caused the right rear to go down to Reddick. So Reddick, his right rear tire blew because he made contact with the wall. Byron's just went down randomly in the middle of the long run. And now other drivers probably have to be worried about that left rear tire burning up on the race car as we get longer into this run. I'm assuming teams are going to want to stay out till at least halfway through the stage before pitting. But that is a tough break for Tyler Reddick and William Byron, both in the top 5, and now both with tire issues for 2 separate different reasons have now dropped them off the lead lap and well outside the top 25. It looks like William Byron is 2 down. Almirola's 2 down with an issue of some sort. And Reddick's still on pit road, so he'll go a second lap down this time by. And Reddick will pull off of his pit box. Byron is already back on the track himself. Those issues going down has allowed Austin Cindric and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to get back inside the top 10, now running 9th and 10th after the issues to Reddick and Byron moments ago. Good run for Ricky. He's got a shot at 3 straight top 10s today. On very much skill-based racetracks at that. Dover, Darlington, and Kansas. Things going well for that JTG Doherty racing team, and that was after wrecking in practice. Definitely seems to be the best of anybody in a backup car this weekend. Fox going to a commercial break, full screen. We'll take a rundown to the top 10 after a couple drivers have dropped out due to tires coming apart here as of late. Kurt Busch has a 2.6 second lead over Ross Chastain right now. Chastain in second. Martin Truex Jr. is 3 seconds off the lead in third. Kyle Busch is in fourth, 5.2 seconds off the lead, and Ryan Blaney 6.4 seconds off the lead in fifth. Alex Bowman's in sixth place, 7.8 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell in seventh, 8.3 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson 9.2 seconds off the lead in eighth, and Austin Cindric rounds out the top 10 at 10.2 seconds off the lead. Larson passing both Cindric and Stenhouse that last lap. 4 cautions today, 3 for incident, none in stage 2 so far, but tire issues for Byron and Reddick in recent laps have now dropped them both 2 laps down. And there is a few drivers 1 lap down and more about to go a lap down, so the chances of Byron and Reddick getting back on the lead lap, and Jones for that matter, who had an issue during the stage break, slim to none. They're going to have to pass a lot of cars that are going to continue to go a lap down the longer this run goes. I mention it time and time again, and it's mentioned a lot during broadcasts as well. When you go 1 lap down, it's a lot easier to come back than when you're 2 down. You're 2 down, it takes a strategy out to try and get the wave around more often than not. I mean, the real chances of you getting back on the lead lap when you're 2 laps down is just hoping you get a bunch of cautions so you can take the wave around, stay out of the pits when the field pits, and then get another quick yellow so you can pit, get back on the fresh tires, and then get another quick yellow for you to take the wave around, do it again, and then another quick yellow after that to eventually get back on equal strategy with fresh tires. So, I mean, it takes a 3 to 4 caution process just for you to get back on strategy, let alone back on the lead lap. Martin Truex Jr. on pit road. He is the first driver in the pits during green flag stops. Austin Dillon, Ross Chastain also on their way in. Chastain was also in the top 5 along with Truex. Kyle Busch is on pit road running in the top 5 as well. Race leader Kurt Busch still on the track, as well as Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, Larson, and Cindric. So, sounds like Kyle Busch dealing with a little bit of a tight condition here over the course of this long run, so they're going to make a wedge adjustment to try and loosen his car up. Issues with the one of Chastain on the left rear tire. They did not get the lug nut secured tightly, and as he started to pull out of his box, they stopped him and now brought him back out again. So Chastain with a slow stop during green flag conditions is going to cost him quite a bit of time, and he may drop outside of the top 3. Actually, he was outside the top 3. He was in 4th place when pit stop started. I would not be surprised if he's hovering around the back half of the top 10 after that slow stop. Ryan Blaney, Kurt Busch are in. Christopher Bell is in as well. Larson's in. Trouble. Harvick is spun. Turns 1 and 2. Caution in the middle of green flag pit stops. Chase Elliott had stayed out, and he is the leader, and that is the risk you run with short pitting and trying to split stages in half. We talk about it every week because it seems like at least in one of the 3 races during the course of a weekend, a caution comes out in the middle of green flag pit stops, and this time it's the Cup race this weekend. And it's Kevin Harvick spinning down on the apron through turns, looks like 1 and 2. So Harvick had already made his pit stop, and he spun out trying to get up to speed. I'm not sure if he missed a shift similar to what Hamlin did at Phoenix earlier this season or what the issue was. But whatever the case, Gregory Dufresne, welcome to the stream. It's causing Harvick, Meyer, 14, 15, just not looking that quick this weekend. Ryan Blaney's getting it going. He's the only Ford that's really been in the top 10 at all in stage 2. Cindric just got there right before the caution came out. So according to our leaderboard, it looks like 14th on back was a lap down. Looks like Alex. Hang on, it's still updating. Might be taking the wave around right now. I'll wait for pit stops to happen for everybody who has not made a stop yet, and then we'll go through the running order when everything gets cycled out. Again, caution for Harvick spinning after coming off of the pit lane down on the bottom of the track in turns 1 and 2. That brought out a caution. Chasing the lead for right now. Caution came out while Chase Elliott was the race leader. Still waiting for things to cycle out under caution right now. Pit road is not open yet. Everybody who is still on the racetrack that did not make a pit stop will end up pitting now. This is going to trap a lot of cars a lap down. Drivers like Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Ross Chastain, that slow stop costed him, especially with the caution. Bubba Wallace, Ricky Stenhouse, they're all a lap down. Alex Bowman gets the free pass during the caution to get back on the lead lap as being the first car 1 lap down. And the cars that did pit before the caution came out and were still on the lead lap would include Kurt Busch, Ryan Blaney, Mark Truex Jr., Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, Austin Cindric, and Brad Keselowski. I believe. Keselowski might not have pit yet, but I think he did. He might have been on pit road when the caution came out, and that's why he's still on the lead lap. Because he was outside the top 10 when they started, so it's kind of shocking that he's still on the lead lap yet. And Stenhouse, who was in the back half of the top 10, is not, unless he had that much slower of a stop, which is definitely possible. Pit road's still not open. So this is definitely going to trap over half the field a lap down, middle of stage 2, with the current issue. For Harvick bringing out the caution spinning, he did save the race car. He didn't hit anything, and he was down on the apron, so everybody missed him. That was on the racetrack. Not sure if he missed a shift like I mentioned. Denny Hamlin missed a shift back at Phoenix earlier this season coming off of pit road. Either Phoenix or Vegas. It was one of the early races in the season on the West Coast that he did that, and he spun as a result. So they're still working on the 43 car of Eric Jones. That right rear tire is still on the car. They were not able to get it off. That's the same right rear tire he's had this entire stage so far. I think even towards the end of stage 1, so it is very old. But the lug nut is stuck on that race car that they just cannot get it pried off. It's on so tight. As soon as he brought it into the pits, by the way, Clint Boyer was like, man, they just need to cut his nut off. Got Jamie McMurray to laugh when he said that too. We got a classic Clint Boyer gaffe in the Fox booth. I don't even think he meant to actually say what he did in a derogative way. It was at Vegas where Hamlin spun. Thank you for that. That makes sense. It was 1.5 miles. It's amazing what they are doing to the 43 car of Eric Jones just to try and get the lug nut off of the race car. I've never seen anything like this where a lug nut was stuck on the car so badly that they could not get it off to change the tire. I mean, it sounds like construction work going on pit road right now.
Like, what is going on? And at this point, it's probably become comical to Eric. Like, you're sitting in there and you're like, all right,
That right there, that's a three-quarter drive. I believe that is the...
I don't know. These are sounds you don't typically hear at the racetrack. They got the power saw out. They're now cutting the tire. What is this? They are cutting the tire. Wish you guys could see what I'm seeing. Pit road is still closed. I'm not sure why. I mean, Eric Jones is in his pit box, so it wouldn't make sense that Eric Jones is the reason why pit road's not open yet. I think they're trying to get the running order organized because of when the caution came out. I think that's why pit road's still closed. They want to get the running order accurate before pit road opens again to make sure they have the correct drivers on the lead lap at the time of the caution that had already pit, is what I would probably guess. I'm surprised that it's taken this long, but at the same time, I'm not surprised considering the weird timing caution. So Bowman is verified as getting the free pass. He was one of the cars that had already pit. That's big for him. Why did Bowman get the free pass when Stenhouse's lap down ahead of Bowman? That's just the way the running order was for that split second. Bowman was the first car lap down. Bowman has a piece of debris on the front of his car right now that he's trying to get off as well, running in traffic. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, him dropping behind cars trying to get it off, but there's not as much turbulence under caution. So I think that's why he's having a hard time trying to get it off. But getting the free pass, I mean, they could just come down and take it off. They really need to. Gregson in the top 10, awesome. Well, just because the caution came out in the middle, green flag pit stop. Drivers you're seeing right now like Todd Gilliland, Noah Gregson, Harrison Burton, Ty Dillon, Michael McDowell, Cole Custer. Those guys were nowhere near the top 10 before the caution had come out. But this is going to save them, though, because this is going to keep them in the top 16 on the restart. And there's going to be a lot of fast cars in the field today that are lapped down trying to battle for the free pass position, like Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe. It's going to be fun to watch. William Byron able to take the wave around, so it looks like Byron's only one lap down instead of two now. Tyler Reddick will likely take the wave around and get from 1 down to 2 if I had to imagine also. And we know we're going to get another caution somewhat soon for the stage break. We have 33 to go right now. And we've ran a lot of laps under caution so far. It's been one of the longest caution periods for a single car spin I've seen in a long time. It's crazy that they haven't taken a commercial break during like any of this either. Eric Jones has lost 4 laps on pit road right now and counting, trying to get the right rear tire off of his race car. Bearded guy needs some safety glass. Yeah, no kidding. Some guys are wearing them on pit road, but not all of them. Jason M., welcome to the stream. Reddick had a flat right rear tire after getting into the outside wall. So that is why Reddick has fallen a couple laps down. He had to make a stop under green. Here's the rest of the pit stops.
of the way there. Chassis adjustment there to help him on entry. Jamie?
Chase Elliott brings it in here. They've been making some good adjustments for that 9 car. Said he started losing grip after about 20 laps in that last run. No adjustments, though, just 4 tires.
So the lap.
Chase Elliott wins the race off pit road with the few cars that did pit. Again, everybody who did not pit prior to the caution and was on the racetrack had trapped over half the field a lap down right now. So Alex Bowman back on the lead lap. I think Ricky Stenhouse was able to take the wave around. I'm not sure how many cars were actually able to take the wave around to get back on the lead lap, so we're still trying to figure that out. We're about halfway home in today's race. 200 miles of the 400 have concluded as we're midway through Stage 2 under our first caution during Stage 2. Kevin Harvick spinning coming off pit road. Can I keep it like this? Keep what like this? I can't keep the race volume on for too long. I can only unpause it a couple times from time to time. I'll get copyrighted for it eventually. And I'm doing the live commentary here. But it's nice to give you guys some of the inside scoop. What's going on? NASCAR is crazy now. Oh, yeah, really. I mean, there's some things this season I didn't think I'd ever see in the sport of NASCAR we're seeing. And this tire on the right rear of Eric Jones is another. Earl Arnold Jr., welcome stream. Reddick was your money pick. Yeah, I had my money on Larson this weekend. Reddick can still come back. I mean, this caution definitely helps him, but he's still scored 2 laps down. Austin Dillon, Kevin Harvick, William Byron, Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. all going to take the wave around. They'll all get back on the lead lap, but they're going to have to restart behind a lot of slower cars who restarted in the lead. Kurt Busch will get to restart back in the lead when they go green. Ryan Blaney will be in second. 375 people watch right now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the road to 2,000 subscribers on this. Actually, we might be there. Let me refresh it. We did! Thank you, everybody. 2,000 subscribers on the channel. That is a mini milestone that we have just hit moments ago. I didn't see the exact moment of when it happened, but 2,000 subscribers on the channel. Appreciate everybody tuning in, not only today, but on a weekly and daily basis for whatever we're doing channel purpose-wise. And thanks for enjoying the live commentary of today's stream and any other stream I've done between last year and this year on the channel. Greatly appreciate it. On the road to becoming a NASCAR commentator, and you guys go a long way in me doing that. I could do this in front of nobody, and it's not going to get me anywhere, at least on this side of the spectrum with YouTube. But you guys tune in and keep tuning in. It means a lot. So we just hit that. Let me refresh the page on YouTube now and see where we're at on likes. 143 likes on the stream right now. And that means we are only 7 away from 150, which is our record. This is, okay, well, so here's another record. New stream record. Most likes we've had in a single full race live stream. 143 and counting. The previous record was Dover 2 weeks ago at 137. And we are still in stage 2. Here's Jamie Little with the picture guy trying to take Jones' tire off.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
No, we knew on that last pit stop that something was wrong. We knew it was going to be a while to get off. We contemplated go back and cutting the wheel completely, which is actually what we ended up doing on pit road with the Sawzall. And then it finally came off, so never seen it.
Well done.
Thanks.
Well done.
Very.
Well, they finally got it off. The problem is Jones has lost a few laps, and he's about 4 laps down now on the racetrack. And hopefully they don't have an issue like that the rest of the day. At least if they do, they know what to do. But that is very unfortunate for Jones. He was 8th place before any of this started at the end of stage 1. That was the rear tire changer that Jamie Little had interviewed on pit road. Lights are out on the pace car. We're about to go back to green flag racing with 29 laps to go in stage 2. Kurt Busch will be on the outside of row 1. Ryan Blaney on the inside of the first row. Brad Keselowski and Martin Truex Jr. will be in row 2. Row 3 will be Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson. 29 to go into the Geico restart zone. Pace cars already on pit road, and Kurt Busch will lead the field to the green, getting a good push on the outside from the 19 of Truex. Big fan out now in the tri-oval. Joey Logano goes down to the apron to try and get underneath the 41 of Custer, nearly 4 wide back there. Still 4 wide in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Will they make it off the exit of the corner? Still 4 wide on the back straightaway between Elliott, Larson, Logano, and Cindric. Still 4 wide into turn 3 as they continue to battle for position right around 6th or 7th place. And at the front of the field, still side by side for the lead between Kurt Busch and Ryan Blaney. Blaney leads his first lap of the day by inches over Busch as he went down to the apron through the tri-oval. Slides up the racetrack. Nearly makes contact with the 45. Still side by side off the exit of turn 2. Heavily side drafting going on down the back straightaway between the 12 and the 45. Here comes the 18 and the 19 from behind. Kyle Busch running the outside right now. Kurt Busch to the middle and Blaney down low. Blaney slides up in front of the Busch. Well, in front of one Busch and below another Busch. Nearly pulled a bad block on Kyle Busch from behind for position, and Kyle will get around Blaney for second on the front stretch. Kyle has a chance to move up and does after running the bottom lane, and Blaney went back to the middle through 3 and 4. So Kurt Busch is the leader. Kyle Busch to second, Blaney third, following the restart. There's a little contact between Austin Cindric and Chase Elliott off turn 4 when they were side by side. This was well after they were 4 wide. Keselowski and Cindric are side by side for position right now, battling for 5th with Elliott right behind him. Only a couple lap fresher tires right now for Chase Elliott and everybody who pitted during the caution. Joey Logano was another one of the drivers who was on the same strategy Elliott was when the caution came out in the middle of green flag pit stops, and he's also in the top 10. Michael McDowell as well in 10th because of it. Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace running 17th through 20th, Chastain 15th, Stenhouse 16th. This guy's trying to get around all the slower cars that restarted in front of him, slower by the race speed that those cars in front of him have, that are pretty much from about 8th on back. Brian Gallant, welcome to the stream. Mark Lohman, welcome to the stream as well. Regine Huddleston. NASCAR 8 and 20, welcome to the stream. Thanks for everybody giving the congratulations on 2,000 subscribers, by the way, as well. I couldn't keep up with all of them. But thank you. 24 laps to go in Stage 2 right now. Larson and Elliott battling for 6th. Keselowski in a race high 8th place position. Was a couple spots higher than that initially off the restart, but pretty much race high for the 6th team in 8th. .23 to go in the second stage right now. Again, Kurt Busch is the leader. Kyle Busch is in second. Ryan Blaney in third. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. Austin Cindric rounds out the top 5. Chase Elliott in 6th. Kyle Larson 7th. Brad Keselowski in 8th. Joey Logano 9th. Michael McDowell is 10th. Noah Gragson 11th. Ross Chastain 12th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 13th. 14th is Harrison Burton. Denny Hamlin 15th. Bubba Wallace 16th. Cole Custer 17th. Christopher Bell 18th. Alex Bowman 19th. And Ty Dillon rounds out the top 20. Chris Buescher in 21st. Chase Briscoe 22nd. Kevin Harvick 23rd. William Byron 24th. Austin Dillon 25th. 26th is Todd Gilliland. Josh Bilicki 27th. First car 1 lap down is Corey LaJoie in 28th. Tyler Reddick 29th. J.J. Yaley in 30th. 31st is Eric Almirola 2 laps down. Daniel Suarez 6 down. 32nd after a wreck earlier. Cody Ware 33rd. Eric Jones is 7 laps down in 34th after having that right rear tire not come off the race car during the last couple stops for him. Finally got it off, but lost a lot of time during that last caution. Justin Haley and B.J. McLeod both out of the race, 35th and 36th. So that is the full field running order late in Stage 2 with 21 laps to go in the stage. Ice to Monkey 92 Hammer, welcome to the stream. Subbed yesterday, awesome on the Busch race. Oh, the championship clincher a couple nights ago, thank you. We did clinch a championship a couple nights ago for the Busch Series and NASCAR 05. We'll try to do the same thing with the Cup Series tomorrow at Bristol. Bristol night race on NASCAR Chase for the Cup 2005 at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard start time tomorrow night. That'll be the next live stream on the channel. We'll see if we can do it. Gonna need a little help to try and do it, but I'll see. Do our best. Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch separated by about half a second. Blaney's still in third, but he's a few seconds already behind them and somewhat comfortably ahead of Martin Truex Jr. right now. We went most of this race without the Fords doing well, so all of a sudden now we have 4 of them in the top 9. That caution obviously had a lot to do with it, but even Cindric and Blaney got back in the top 10 even before the caution came out. Keselowski and Logano benefited due to the caution to get inside the top 10, but regardless of the fact they are there now and they are looking for stage points late in the stage itself. Ross Chastain has rallied back to 9th. He is the first car in the running order of those who got trapped a lap down initially because of the caution and had to take the wave around. So Chastain's at least looking to get some stage points back after looking like it wasn't going to get any when the caution first came out. He's coming back pretty quick. Hamlin's up to 13th, Wallace up to 15th, so they're moving through the field pretty quickly as well. Hamlin's still got to get around Michael McDowell. Stenhouse in front of him could move him up a few more positions. Wallace, though, same too, as well as Gregson also in front of him. And he should be able to pass. It'll be interesting to see if the 11 and the 23 can get back in the top 10 before the end of the stage. I think it's going to be based off of how much pace Logano and Keselowski have, who haven't been in the top 10 all day prior to the caution, and what kind of pace they're running right now to potentially stay up there. Chase fan number 9, welcome to the stream. Over 400 people watching. We could see another channel record today. The record is 489 people watching on the live race commentary live streams. And we're at 410 right now, still in stage 2. We have a shot. That record was from the Vegas Cup race earlier this season. Thanks for everybody tuning in this afternoon. Take a look at the spotlight drivers and where they're running right now as well. Ryan Blaney was one of the don't-haves coming into today's race. Overachieving, at least for right now, is up to 3rd. Chase Elliott was one of the must-have picks in the pre-race, is in 6th. Kyle Larson was my pick to win today's race. He's in 7th. And then Denny Hamlin was one of the dark horse picks, currently in 12th. Predicted him to get his second top 10 of the year. Christopher Bell was another one of the sleeper/dark horse picks. He's up to 16th. He had a flat tire while leading earlier in the race. Has led 38 laps today, which is still the most laps led of any driver so far, as we've had a lot of different leaders. The other don't have was Daniel Suarez, and he had gotten into an accident while running in 4th midway through stage 1. So that has dropped him back. And I believe that is... Oh, and William Byron also had a flat tire while leading. He was another one of the must-haves. And he is back on the lead lap in 22nd, trying to come from 2 laps down at one point in this race. Kurt Busch, 9/10 of a second lead as of right now. 13 laps to go in stage 2. Kurt Busch looking for his first stage win of the season. Kurt comes in just below the cutoff line in the driver's standings. As you look at the points real quick, he is 21st in the driver's standings coming into this race today. And you look at Austin Dillon, who had the last spot on points coming in. Kurt Busch almost a full race behind him. So this stage win could go a long way, as well as obviously a race win could clinch a spot in the playoffs. Kurt Busch with Chip Ganassi Racing, his only wins with that number 1 team were on mile and a halves. Kentucky, Las Vegas, and Atlanta in each of the last 3 seasons. So maybe not coincidental that he is looking for his first win this year. And his first win with 2311 racing in his first season in the 45 car. And he happens to be leading on another mile and a half midway through the race at Kansas. In fact, just past the halfway point right now as well. Darioto, welcome to the stream. Mike Shelton. Sounds very close to Mike Helton, but welcome. It's kind of cool. Guessing 7 cautions in the chat, I see. I don't know, we'll see. We're at 5 right now. It calmed down from stage 1, but we've seen a lot of tire issues on longer runs, specifically between that 30 to 40 lap mark on tires. They should be good to the end of the stage because we restarted with 29 laps to go. I don't think we're going to have a tire come apart before then unless somebody maybe gets into the wall. That's how we saw Reddick have his tire go down earlier in stage 2. Denny Hamlin has rallied back to the top 10, getting around Keselowski and Stenhouse the last few laps. He's in 10th place, and he's a couple tenths behind Logano for 9th. Bubba Wallace is about a second behind, maybe 2 seconds behind. Yeah, about 2 seconds behind Hamlin. I think he can get around Keselowski and Stenhouse. I don't think he can catch the 11. He may catch the 22 of Logano if Hamlin can get around him quick. Right now, they're battling for 9th place between the 22 and the 11. One thing I've noticed from racetracks I've gone to in person over the last few years especially, Logano and Hamlin, whenever they're around each other, it doesn't matter whether they're racing for 15th, for 5th, for the lead. It doesn't matter whether it's lap 1, lap 51, final lap, whatever the case is, they race each other harder than I think 2 drivers race each other elsewise throughout the course of a race. Definitely tell they have a pretty heated rivalry on a week-to-week basis, lasting well past the 2013 year where we saw maybe the climax of that rivalry between the two. A reignition of that a few years ago as well in Martinsville. Denny Hamlin is able to get around Joey Logano off the exit of turn 4, went to the bottom, didn't clear him, but then ended up going down to the apron and still carried enough momentum to get around the 22, despite the fact Logano ran the outside. Hamlin didn't really run all the way near the bottom through 3 and 4, so he was able to keep a little bit of the momentum up. He ran more of the middle line just to duck out of the dirty air on the outside. Second and a half back is Busch of Busch. Kyle in second, Kurt in the lead. Of course, those two finished 1-2 in recent years as well when Kurt Busch was in the one car, and both times Kurt Busch won those races. Atlanta last season, and then Kentucky in 2019 rather. Reddick getting a little loose off the exit of turn 4. Still struggling with his race car, and he is going to lose valuable points here at the end of stage 2, not being in contention. It looks like he's going to lose another lap within the last couple laps as well. He tried to stay out to take the wave around on those older tires and goes from 1 lap down to 2 once again. So Reddick 2 laps down for the second time today following blowing that right rear tire after getting into the wall earlier in the stage. 4 to go on the stage. Kurt Busch has now eclipsed Christopher Bell as the most laps led in this race today. 39 and counting for Busch. Bell at 38. 5 drivers have led 10 or more laps through 162 completed laps today. The others would be Chase Elliott with 10 laps led. 25 laps led for William Byron, and Reddick has led 24. Kyle Busch also has led 15, so make that 6 drivers have led 10 or more laps in today's race. Should be at least a 2-stopper to the end of the race yet. We'll likely see everybody come to pit road during the stage break in a few laps, and then we'll also have to see a pit stop at some point in time during the final stage. At least one, even if it goes green all the way through the final 102 lap third stage of the race. 2 to go at the line now. Pit road will be closed. Didn't plan on seeing anybody make a stop, at least scheduled. Bubba Wallace has made his way around Stenhouse like I mentioned he probably would. That was for 11th. And to get the final stage point on Joey Logano, he's still about 1.2 to 1.3 seconds behind him. He's faster than Logano, but not that much faster with just 2 laps to go. I just don't think he's going to catch Joey. And Logano looks like he's going to be able to at least hold on to a top 10. Oh, well, maybe not. Hang on. We got trouble in the back straightaway. Martin Truex Jr. has blown a left rear tire. I didn't think we were going to see another tire issue with only 29 to go in the stage, but it's going to be Truex who was running in 4th. No caution as he tries to limp his way back to pit road. That will get Wallace into 10th. No debris on the racetrack, so we continue to stay green, similar to the issues with Reddick and especially Byron earlier. Truex stays off of pit road with pit road closed. I'm very surprised he did that. It's the last lap of the stage. He is going to lose a lot more time. Kurt Busch has won stage 2. Kyle Busch will be second. Third is going to be Ryan Blaney. Austin Cindric fourth. Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 in stage 2. Kyle Larson 6th. Russ Chastain 7th. Denny Hamlin 8th. Joey Logano 9th. And Bubba Wallace will round out the top 10. Mark Truex Jr., who was in 4th with a lap and a half to go in stage 2, had blown a left rear tire out of seemingly nowhere, similar to when William Byron blew a tire while leading earlier. Christopher Bell blew a tire while leading but got a timely caution, but still hasn't been able to get back in the top 10 since. It's the third left rear tire we've seen go down for somebody in the top 5 today. Unbelievable. Old home guy, welcome to the stream. He's a hack. And we had over 460 people watching there for a brief moment. I don't think we got to the record yet, 489, but we still have the final stage yet to go here today. Like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary both on the race weekends and during the week on the NASCAR video game side of things, all in the hope of hopefully one day getting into the commentating booth for real NASCAR races down the road. Just hit over 2,000 subscribers on the channel and counting earlier today, so be sure to subscribe. Also join the Fantasy League for more NASCAR fantasy analysis, lineup, advice, and more. For everybody playing in the Fantasy League right now, everything has locked at the end of Stage 2. And I forgot to switch my lineup out for, what is this now, like the third straight week? I might have a shot. Oh, I have a shot. No, I don't have a shot. Gosh darn it! I have Chase Elliott in my garage. Oh, no, I don't. Hang on. Who's in my garage right now? Kyle Busch is in my garage, and he's in second. No! Well, that stinks. Probably would have put him in for Byron. Got caught back in traffic. Either him or Bell. That stinks. That's what I get for not paying attention. That's the third week in a row. I said I was going to be on top of it today, and I was lying to myself. We'll be seeing pit stops during the stage break. You guys will get to listen in on any adjustments. And you'll also get to listen to, likely, an interview with Kurt Busch during the stage break as well, following those pit stops. All-Star races at Texas next week. Second straight year they'll be having it in the Lone Star State at the Texas Motor Speedway. Also, stay tuned after the race for a post-race show. You guys will get to listen to any driver interviews following the race today, as well as any interviews you may get from drivers throughout the rest of the race as well. Go through all the fantasy lineup advice that I had from earlier today, see how all those predictions went about, how my fantasy team did, and a checkup on the fantasy results as well as the actual race results itself in the post-race concluding today's race. 100 laps to go right now. Pit road will open this time by, and we'll be seeing pit stops during the stage break, likely the second to last stops of the day. Reddick's in your garage. Yeah, I didn't have Reddick on my team today. I had, let's see who was on my team. I had, in my starting 5, I guess, it would be Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, William Byron, and Chase Elliott would be my starting 5. Kurt Busch will lead the field on the pit road right now, and here's the Fox crew on the reports.
Open, Vince.
Boy, for Austin Cindric, it has been eventful. He started fourth, went to the back, now back where he started, and he is happy. No changes expected. As far as the 12 of Ryan Blaney, words like terrible and plowing, but it's better now. Still a little snug, but they are close. He pitted from third. And then, of course, you've got Kyle Busch, who won stage 1 and finished second in stage 2. He says it's got great maneuverability. That may be bad news for the rest, Jamie.
Don't tell his brother Kurt Busch that the Stage 2 winner has yet to win a race in 2022. Car is good, no adjustments there. The 9 of Chase Elliott, not bad. Entry security was much better that last run.
Kurt Busch wins the race off of pit road. Ryan Blaney ends up second. Busch loses 1 spot to Blaney. Larson up 2 spots. Hamlin up 2 spots. Keselowski up 4. Bowman up 5. Chase Elliott was a big loser of any in the top 10, even though he only lost 2 spots during the pit stops. That was a tongue twister there. And here's the Fox booth with Kurt Busch.
No.
Clint, other radio channel, dash the second channel.
Come on, Clint, get it together. Channel 2. Kurt Busch, it's Byron in the booth. You got us?
I got you, boy. What's up, buddy?
You're what's up? Leading the charge. Fast race car, cool paint scheme. What do you got out there?
Yeah, the Jumpman car unloaded fast. Thanks to Toyota. Oh my God, the 2311 lane. Right away we were fast, but then stage 1, we were a basket. Tightness, looseness. So I'm glad we've got the balance back, and that's the happiest thing so far is we adjusted and the car reacted. So now I gotta do my job. I gotta hold these boys off of restarts and take it to them.
10-4, I don't know what a basket is, but man, sounds good. You got it figured out, and the car's fast. Keep it up, man. Big win here, Kansas Speedway.
10-4, you know, a bad basket of something, but thanks for Toyota, Hauler Group, Monster Energy. Let's roll. Let's do this.
All right, let's do this indeed. R6, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the congrats, man. Over 400 people watching this race consistently towards the second half of Stage 2. We'll see if we can break that record throughout today's race as well. Again, Kurt Busch wins Stage 2 after Kyle Busch won Stage 1. It's Kurt Busch's first stage win of the season with 2311 racing. Again, he came in 21st in the driver's standings today. Kyle Busch also got his first stage win earlier. Him scoring a lot of stage points. He should be ahead of Chastain and Logano as we run for the regular season standings. Maybe not far behind Blaney, but Blaney has gotten stage points, at least in stage 2, as he was third after Truex was battling him for that third place position and had that left rear tire come apart. His car. Also for Truex, he is still on the lead lap. Alrighty. So as of right now, my phone's ringing. Sorry if you hear a bunch of buzzing going on right now. I can't pick that up right now. Somebody from work. I'll call him back later. Alright. So we're getting ready to go into the final stage. We'll have a little less than 100 laps to go when we go green. Kurt Busch is the leader. Ryan Blaney in P2. Kyle Busch is going to be third on the restart in row 2 with Larson in row 2 as well. Cindric and Hamlin will be in row 3. Alrighty. We're moments away from the start of Stage 3 and potentially breaking a stream record. Let's see if we can get to 500 people watching. Definitely like and subscribe. I know I mention it a lot during these streams, but for obvious reasons, I don't know if all of you guys are subscribed. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Whatever the case is, we do this on a somewhat weekly basis. We have already obliterated the record for the most likes today with 184. That is definitely all on you guys. Thank you so much for hitting that like button today. I went a little gung-ho on the likes. Usually the goal's 100. And I was like, you know what? Let's step it up to 150 today. And we're at like 184, and the final stage has not started to go green yet. Scotland EX, or Scotland X, I guess, says, come on, Kyle Busch. Welcome to the stream, by the way. And, yeah, both of the Busch brothers have been really good so far. Kurt is leading the way right now. Kyle won stage 1. It might be a classic Busch brother battle. So it looked like a slow stop on the 18 of Kyle Busch. The rear tire changer had lost the hose underneath the splitter of the race car. Cost him just a bit of time, but the problem big for Kyle Busch, we have a pit road speeding penalty going his way. Too fast exiting pit road for Kyle Busch. $200 likes now? Oh, thank you, everybody, for hitting that like button. Yeah, 203 and counting. Thank you, everybody. Chat's a little delayed now. I shouldn't have backed out when I did. Trying to get the chat back on the live stream. Lights are still on the pace car, so they will not be going green this time by. Looks like they'll be going green with about 94 laps to go when the time comes. Kyle's got bad sportsmanship. Don't like him because of that factor. At least you're willing to state that he is a great, driver on the track. That's one thing that I think many Kyle Busch fans, or Kyle Busch haters, I guess, tend to not really think about, is the fact that the guy literally is in the top 10 at most wins in the NASCAR Cup Series in history. He has a lot of talent. You can't tell me you don't have a lot of talent when you have 60-plus Cup wins. Doesn't matter how long you're in the sport for. It's hard just to win a race, let alone 60 at the top level in this sport. White-O Hugs 3. Welcome to stream. Tom Brady's offered $40 million a year to drive the 18 in 2023. That is some news there. So Kyle Busch will have to restart 24th following the too fast exiting pit road speeding penalty. 94 to go on the restart. Ryan Blaney on the inside of row 1 with Kurt Busch on the outside. Blaney has his teammate right behind him of Austin Cindric to give him a push. Green flag back in the air. Pretty even at first between the 45 and the 12. Keselowski going to the outside 3 wide, a little bit further back, just outside the top 10 initially on the restart. And Ryan Blaney on the bottom, not quite clear off the exit of turn 2. Kurt Busch hanging on strong, nearly making contact. Aggressive side draft from Busch and Blaney on the back straightaway, and they're still side by side into turn 3. Blaney on the bottom again. Kurt Busch more towards the middle, trying to side draft the 12. Up the track goes Blaney, nearly into the side of the 45 car, and they're still side by side as they work their way off turn 4. 2 by 2 through the front runners on the field as Cindric and Larson are side by side for third still. Cindric more to the middle, Kyle Larson to the outside. Kurt Busch runs the middle through 1 and 2 and is going to be able to clear Blaney off the exit of the corner. Blaney slides in line between Busch and Larson on the high side. Cindric behind Larson on the high side as well, just in front of Denny Hamlin, who's rallied back into the top 5. Slingshot move for Hamlin to the inside of Cindric for 4th. He'll make the pass and complete it off the exit of turn 4. Really tight in the middle of the back of the pack, still racing hard off the exit of turn 4 like Kyle Busch, trying to get through as many cars as possible to try and give himself a shot to win, as well as Martin Truex Jr., who had that flat tire towards the end of the stage. Larson to the inside of Blaney for 2nd. Really low and flat into turn 3 for Larson. It's going to allow Blaney to get a good run off the middle to upper groove off the exit of turn 4, but not good enough to get back to the inside of Larson for a crossover. So Larson up to second. Kyle Busch is inside of Ty Dillon right now for 20th. And Truex right behind him now to the inside of Dillon for 21st. As Kyle Busch has cleared the 42, and Truex will try to do the same in 3 and 4 in the next corner for him. And Truex will complete the pass on the 42. And I guess Martin Truex Jr. is actually 1 lap down right now. Truex was not on the lead lap at the end of stage 2, so he did lose a lap because of the blown tire. With that being said, Truex is the first car 1 lap down, so if we get another caution, he's likely going to be in the free pass position. Side by side between Stenhouse and Logano all the way down the back stretch, and as they slowed each other up with some side drafting, Bubba Wallace makes a 3-wide pass and completes it into 3 and 4 for 8th place. Sounded like there was some contact between Austin Cindric and Alex Bowman over the commentary. I didn't see it on Fox's screen, but the commentary in my ear sounded like there was some contact between the 2 and the 48 as they battle for 6th place. Both cars are able to save it. We continue to stay green. Bowman back to the inside of the 2. It completes the pass this time by the tri-oval. Wallace to the inside of Cindric as well. And makes the pass on him for 7th. Cindric going backwards after battling for 3rd initially on the restart. Actually restarted in 3rd place. Kyle Larson has caught up to Kurt Busch. And they are side by side for the lead. No, not quite. Larson went to the bottom trying to pull alongside the 45. Couldn't do it. Now he goes to the apron through the tri-oval trying to take a shortcut on the front stretch. So he continues to battle Busch for the lead. Both Larson and Kurt to the outside. Larson trying to build up momentum. Larson actually went a little bit higher than Busch. A lot closer to the wall than what the 45 car did. Kurt going to the middle lane this time. He's going to give a lot of clean air to Larson on the outside lane through 3 and 4. And Larson's got a big run in the tri-oval. Down to the apron goes the 5 on the 45. Now they're going to be side by side into turn 1. Slide job incoming from Kyle Larson. Larson will move up the racetrack right in front of the 45. Busch had to loose. Almost lost his car. Larson's in the wall. Larson with the slide job put his car on the wall. Busch gets him back on the back straightaway. What a save as we continue to stay green. Larson with the slide job. Lost control. Saved it. Despite tagging the right rear quarter panel into the wall, and Kurt Busch is back in the lead again. Oh my goodness. What a move. And then what a save after the move. And Kurt's back in the lead, and now Blaney is only a 1.5 seconds back. Wow. The wall definitely seemed to have saved Kyle Larson, and Kurt Busch had to check out of the throttle so much even before the 5 lost control, and a great job by Busch not running into the back of him. That was an aggressive move. I knew when he entered so flat into 1 because he took the apron in the tri-oval that he was not going to be able to hold a lot of corner exit speed, and for obvious reasons, and he still tried to, lost it, and now he's about a second behind Busch for the lead. And how much of his tires has he used up trying to make that pass as well? He was faster than the 45 car before, but now he might have used his tires up too much to the point where he may not be able to keep up with Busch anymore. Save of the year for Kyle Larson so far, that's for sure. Saw a great save in the IndyCar race yesterday with Colton Herta, and then, I mean, this is right up there with it. It's incredible. Over 500 people watching the stream right now. Thank you for everybody tuning in. It is a new stream record for the most people watching a stream on the channel. Thank you everybody so much for tuning in. Like and subscribe again for daily NASCAR content on the channel, live race commentary for real races on the NASCAR race weekend. I'll be live for the All-Star race next weekend, so if you can't watch the race next weekend or would prefer my commentary, whatever the case is, I will be live next weekend for the All-Star race, starting with the Open at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week, and then the All-Star race will be likely on a separate stream later on that night. So I'll be live for all the All-Star racing action on Sunday next week. Take a rundown of the official running order. Kurt Busch is your race leader. We'll just do the top 10 for right now because Fox been on commercial for a little bit. But Kurt Busch leads by 1.7 seconds over Kyle Larson. Denny Hamlin is in third place right now, 2.2 seconds off the lead. Ryan Blaney is in third, 2.2 seconds off in fourth rather. 2.2 seconds off the lead as well, with Hamlin just getting around him for third. Chase Elliott is in fifth, 3.1 seconds off the lead. Alex Bowman is in sixth place right now. Bubba Wallace in seventh. Austin Cindric eighth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth. And Ross Chastain rounds out the top 10. Race on mute. Keegan amplified. Timo T, welcome to the stream. Javier Villalobos, welcome to the stream. Elliott's going forward slowly. Yes, he is. So is Denny Hamlin. Hamlin up to P3. This is high in the running order as he's been today. Really nice not having to listen to the commercials. Yeah, they're probably the same ones that air like every single commercial break too. I could see that. But thanks for everybody tuning in. We've set a couple of stream records today, and we also set a mini milestone record hitting 2,000 subscribers as well, so appreciate the support. As always, you guys give me on a weekly and really daily basis on the channel. Thanks for keeping up with everything NASCAR and live realistic commentary along the way with everything on the channel. Fox back from the commercial break. Kyle Larson has made the save of the year, trying a slide job on Kurt Busch. And did a great job hanging on to it, and he is still in second. Actually, now he's just lost second place to Denny Hamlin. I think Larson's definitely used his tires up after trying to make that pass because he has lost the pace immediately after sliding. And he did get the right rear corner panel on the wall as well, so aerodynamically could be challenged just as much as the tires wearing out. Larson was my pick to win today's race. He drove it in too hard, too early. That was the last lap move with about 87 to go, and if we have a long run, that's going to cost Larson. Bubba Wallace has ran down Chase Elliott looking to pass him for fifth place. Both cars stayed to the outside lane. Wallace trying to catch a little clean air by running just a hair below Elliott. Should give Elliott maybe a little bit more straightaway speed on the front stretch, though. Kyle Busch has already made his way to the inside of Stenhouse for 11th after restarting at the back of the field after having a pit road speeding penalty during the stage break. That is unbelievable for Kyle Busch. He's still 8.5 seconds off the lead, but he is trucking his way forward, and we'll see how close he can get. Still one pit stop out from the finish of the race today. And I don't know if we've seen the last caution with the amount of tire failures we've seen today as well. William Ayers, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Next 2 years, 4,000 to 5,000 subscribers. Let's do it. Hey, let's do it. Right there with you. Yeah, Byron has not recovered after having that left rear tire go down while leading earlier. He has not made his way back in the top 10 yet. Is currently in 16th. Wallace finally gets to the inside of Chase Elliott through 3 and 4. Held a really low exit to turn 4. That just goes to show Wallace's car is driving very well right now. As low as he exited the corner to keep it off of Elliott and makes the pass on the front stretch as well. Wallace seems to have a really good long run car. He's able to score stage points in stage 1 and stage 2 in the back half of the top 10, and now he's worked his way in the top 5 for the first time today. Great run for both the 2311 Toyotas, obviously, because Kurt Busch is leading and won stage 2 as well. Hamlin's in second right now. Kyle Busch won a stage. Toyotas as a whole have pretty much dominated this race. Christopher Bell started on the pole and led 38 laps. I mean, the only Toyota that I could think of that hasn't done anything at all today was potentially Truex, but even he was in fourth before blowing a tire at the end of stage 2, so great run for the Toyota Camrys today, and they have definitely been the top manufacturer of the three in today's race. Got the 5 today. Hey, it was working until he almost put it... Well, he did put it in the wall trying the slide job, but he made a great save. Hey, Kyle Busch is... I know he had a pit road speeding penalty, but he's in 11th right now. So just outside the pit window right now with about 71 laps to go. Oh, no! Chase Elliott has crashed in turns 1 and 2. He's around as his left rear tire has gone down. He spins like a top down into the grass. And he is stuck. Remember, that grass is very wet as well from all the rain they had earlier this morning. A few hours prior to the start of today's race. And Elliott is down on the grass. He was in the top 5. Well, he was in 6th when he actually spun. Left rear tire started going down a corner entry, I believe, in turn 1. Wow, that car almost toppled over on the middle of the racetrack. The transition from the banking down to the apron and back to the banking in the middle of the corner almost toppled the 9 car over as he shot up on the ground pretty good. The entire carcass completely came off the race car, which caused Elliott to almost barrel roll. Chase Elliott is... Well, he had a great run going for him. He was one of the must-have picks in the predictions as well, and he's likely going to lose a couple laps. Even the tow truck is spinning his tires in the grass with how wet it is down there, so he's having a hard time just trying to get his truck unstuck, let alone trying to push Elliott out of there as well. So Elliott is definitely going to be losing a few laps here, and his chances of winning now are going to be shot. Q to 70, welcome to the stream. Tow truck stuck. Yeah, the tow's truck, Elliott's stuck. Everything is stuck right now. Martin Truex Jr. will get the free pass during the Elliott spin caution. They were just outside the pit window when the caution waved. Again, 58 to 62 laps is the guesstimated pit window. I'd assume the field will pit here. And pit road is open, but I don't think they can make it on field to the end.
That 12 car, they have battled this car all day long. It's wrecking loose on the bottom, too tight up top. Really needs to fire off better, and that's where they're hoping to make a change right here with air pressure, Jamie.
And Bubba Wallace coming to life as well. He just told his team, guys, we're good enough to win this. Keep me in it. As you see something happen with the hose, I don't know if it got run over, but they stalled. They had to run out and get it. The 11 of Denny Hamlin, and he said, I'm not worried about anybody beating us on speed. We're good.
All right, that time.
So, tough break for Bubba Wallace on pit road as the hose got caught underneath the car when the front tire changer was trying to round the front of the race car. And it looks like there was an uncontrolled tire somewhere on pit road from somebody as well. And, man, Bowman hit it, and it ricocheted right into the one of Chastain. Luckily, it did not hit any of the crew members servicing the race cars. That tire was bouncing around wildly. So not sure exactly who that came from, but regardless of the fact, there will be another penalty served during pit stops under the caution period right now. Kurt Busch won the race off of the pit lane. He'll get to be the control car on the restart. Lots of tires. Yeah, loose tires, flat tires. Bunch of tire issues today at Kansas. That has definitely been the main talking point. I don't know if we've seen the last flat tire today. Again, 30 to 40 lap green flag runs is where we tend to see them. And Well, we still have over 60 laps to go in this race, and I think everybody's just outside the fuel window to the end. So if it does somehow stay green to the end of the race, not only it'll be the longest green flag run of the day, but also the chances of making it on fuel is going to be very interesting for these teams. So we could see a potential fuel mileage race at Kansas today if we don't have another caution. So we'll keep a lookout on that. Fox is on the commercial break right now, so you haven't been able to really hear confirmation of that for those of you watching. But remembering based off the pace laps and Larry McReynolds' race analysis at the beginning of it that I had seen 58 to 62 laps is the window. Now, again, this is the first race at Kansas with the next-gen car, so that is very skewed one way or the other. It could be a little more, a little less. We don't really have a whole lot of analysis to go off of as far as how long they could go to full tank of fuel at Kansas with this car, because, again, we haven't had a race at Kansas with this car yet. And we haven't had a full green flag run yet today either. We had green flag pit stops earlier, but it was halfway through a stage break. Christopher Jimenez, welcome to the stream. We are just adding on to the stream record today, crushing it. Original record was 489 concurrent viewers, and so far we are up over 500. Let me see how many likes we have on the stream right now. I know we have over 200. Thank you, everybody, for smashing it. The goal was 150. Doesn't mean stop hitting the like button if you haven't done it yet. Make sure you do so. We're at 221. May get to 250 before the end of the race. We haven't had a NASCAR on Fox crank it up yet today either. Has anybody noticed that NASCAR on Fox has not done any crank it ups the last couple weeks? I don't think they've done one since Talladega. They didn't do one at Darlington last week, and I know for a fact they didn't do one at Dover the week before, because I usually play it for you guys on the live commentary. And we have not had one yet today. Theo Milner, welcome to the stream. Every time Keegan doubts Blaney at a track, exceeds Keegan's expectations. I mean, it seems to be the case. Well, not last week, though. I had Blaney the don't haves at Darlington last week, and he finished outside the top 10, so I was right there. Keep an eye on Christopher Bell as well. He has rallied back to the 5th position after blowing a tire while leading early in the race. I think he could be a contender late. Another Toyota back in the top 5, and that is a caution Kyle Busch needed to see. He'll be restarting on the outside of row 4. Kevin Harvick and Martin Truex Jr. had a pit road speeding penalty. Truex had the free pass anyway, so he was going to be at the rear of the field regardless, but Harvick will lose a few positions out of it. Kurt Busch leads the field to the green, had the outside lane as the preferred lane on the restart. But Kyle Larson down low has another shot at him. Into turns 1 and 2, Larson may be able to clear the 45, but not quite. The 45 goes down in the middle of the corner to side draft the right rear corner panel. Still side by side on the back straightaway. Blaney clears Hamlin for third, has a big run. Blaney to the inside, 3 wide for the lead into turn 3. Nearly contact between the 5 and the 45 up high. Blaney has to lift out of the throttle. He's going to lose a lot of momentum off the exit of turn 4. And Larson clears the 45 of Busch. Busch with the crossover. A near block by Larson as they nearly make contact again at the start-finish line. And the 45 of Busch is on the inside of the 5. Bell has worked his way up to third around Hamlin and Blaney that last time through 3 and 4. He's on the outside lane through 1 and 2 trying to work momentum up and challenge for the lead once again. But now it's Busch and Larson side by side with Larson on the outside, Busch on the bottom as they continue to go side by side into turn 3. Kurt Busch on the inside lane will not clear Larson off the exit of turn 4. They are still 2 by 2 and aggressively side drafting each other through the tri-oval. Another pinch and a squeeze by Larson. Bell onto the outside. Where will he go? Mirror driving is Larson to hold Bell behind him. Bell has to back out of the gas and run the middle into 1. 2.5 laps after the restart. Kurt Busch and Kyle Larson are still side by side, and they are still going to go into 3 side by side this time. Great battle for the race lead. who is going to win the battle and how much of their tires are they going to use up? Larson's in the wall off turn 4. He pushed it just a bit too hard. Now he blocks Bell in the tri-oval to hold him back for second. Kurt Busch will get the lead. There was no contact between the 45 and the 5. Larson's in the wall in 1 and 2 running the outside. He hit the wall very hard, and we're going to have to keep an eye on the right side of Larson's tires. He continues to try and keep his speed up as he's on the outside lane. Busch goes down into the middle. And no contact between Busch and Larson off the exit of turn 4, but not a lot of room for error, and Larson got in the wall. Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney are side by side for position, running for 5th. Busch is going to clear Blaney off the exit of turn 2, about 1.3 seconds off the lead. Logano and Byron side by side for 10th. Byron on the inside, Logano up high. Logano checked up off the exit of turn 4, nearly got in the wall. Byron's clear. Austin Cindric with a massive run on both the 24 and the 22. He gets by Logano. Goes to the outside with Byron down into the middle of the upper groove. In 1 and 2. Kyle Busch has quickly caught Denny Hamlin for 4th place and will make the pass and complete it off turn 4. Hamlin, who went to the top, may try to cross over down to the bottom. And it doesn't look like it yet. We'll see if he takes the dive bomb into 1 and 2. He does not. He just stays up high. Maybe a little bit lower than Busch through 1 and 2. Busch up near the wall, a lot closer than what Hamlin ran. Busch caps him by about another half a car length or so off the exit of turn 2. Larson got loose off the exit of turn 2. Again, Bell was able to get around it for second, and quickly Kyle Busch to the inside of Larson through 3 and 4. Another mistake battling for the lead for Larson today, and it is costing him more track position. Yeah, Kyle Larson definitely got in the wall in turns 1 and 2 after getting a little loose in the middle of the corner once again. 3rd time Larson's been in the wall. And really since the end of stage... Well, no, it's since the start of stage 3 till now. He's gotten into the wall 3 times. Car's staying in one piece for now, but I don't know how many more hits that car can take. And again, we're going to have to keep an eye on the right side tires to the end of this one, just to make sure that he doesn't have a tire rub, but he's used a lot of them already. And this is a long green flag run to the finish, if it does stay green. And remember, it is still a fuel mileage situation if we do stay green to the end. We went green with just over 65 laps to go, and the pit window is 58 to 62 laps. Is it possible to save about 4 laps or so during green flag conditions? A wild race today at Kansas, and it may get wilder to the finish as we have 57 to go. We'll take a rundown of the full field running order. Kurt Busch is the leader. Christopher Bell in second, 1.3 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson is in third. Kyle Busch in fourth. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5. Ryan Blaney in 6th, Alex Bowman 7th, Ross Chastain 8th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th, William Byron rounds out the top 10. Austin Cindric in 11th, Joey Logano in 12th, Austin Dillon 13th. Make that Martin Truex Jr. 13th, Austin Dillon 14th, Harrison Burton 15th, Brad Keselowski 16th, Kevin Harvick 17th, Noah Gragson 18th, Bubba Wallace 19th, Michael McDowell rounds out the top 20. Chase Briscoe in 21st, Ty Gillen 22nd, Cole Custer 23rd, 24th is Ty Dillon, Corey LaJoie is 25th. First car 1 lap down is Eric Almirola in 26th. Tyler Reddick still lap down in 27th. Josh Bilicki 28th. Chris Buescher is 2 laps down in 29th. And J.J. Yaley also 2 down in 30th. Chase Elliott fell 3 laps down after spinning and being stuck in the grass during the caution flag in 31st. Eric Jones 6 down in 32nd after having an issue with the right rear tire earlier today on pit road. Cody Aware is 9 laps down in 33rd. Daniel Suarez got in a wreck. He is 10 down in 34th. And then the only 2 drivers who have actually DNF'd out of the race today, Justin Haley had a fire under his car earlier on in stage 2. for the second time, he pulled into the garage and the BJ McLeod had spun and not returned with a mechanical issue of some sort. And those two round out the field in 35th and 36th. 7 cautions so far today, only 5 for incident so far in this 400-mile, 267-lap race. Still 53 laps to go. We have had 10 different leaders so far for 15 lead changes in the race as well. And Kurt Busch has led the most laps with 90 laps led. Stage winners were Kyle Busch in Stage 1, and Kurt Busch won Stage 2. Weather expert, welcome to the stream. And welcome anybody who is just tuned in for the first time. Lee Martin, welcome to the stream as well. This is insane. We have almost 600 people watching the live stream, by far the most in channel history. Our previous record was Las Vegas earlier this season at 489. Last couple weeks we've been getting into the high 300s. And again, greatly appreciate the support you guys have given me on a weekly basis with the live race commentary, and even during the week when we're still live streaming on a daily basis as well. So Kurt Busch right now, 91 seconds. Hey, here we go. I mentioned that Fox hasn't done a crank it up yet. 52 to go. Here it is. That was the NASCAR on Fox. Crank it up. Kurt Busch currently has opened up about a 2.8 second lead over his brother Kyle, who had taken over second place on Larson a little while back. Christopher Bell is in third, Larson fourth, and Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5. Yeah, pew, pew, pew. Bathroom break for the broadcasters is all this is. Well, not really, though, because if there's an accident during the middle of the crank it up, then they have to... I think their bathroom breaks are during the commercials. So they have to break into the action. More of a drink break than anything else. So 24 laps on these guys' tires so far. Again, 30 to 40 laps has been that magic window that we've seen tire failures in today's race, specifically with the left rear. So we're only 5 to 15 laps away from that. Still 44 laps away from the finish. So like I said, the likelihood of seeing a caution before the end of the race is very high still, considering the tire failures we've had on long green flag runs today. And these guys are going to try to push it close to the end because it is very, very close on fuel to the end of this race as well. But considering we haven't had that long of a green flag run in this race, I just don't know. Not only if they can't make it on fuel, I highly doubt the tires are going to make it that far. They have to crank some off, you mean? Oh, jeez. Let's go Bushy. Which one are you rooting for? Kurt or Kyle? They're 1-2 right now. They finished 1-2 5 times in the Cup Series career. I think Kurt has beat him 3-2, if I'm not mistaken. How about Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in a backup car currently in 9th place right now? He's looking for 3 straight top 10 finishes. That'd be very impressive out of Stenhouse. 2nd at Dover, 8th at Darlington, and currently 9th today at Kansas with 41 laps to go. Kyle Larson's recovered to try and battle Christopher Bell for 3rd place. Slide job from Larson on Bell. I'm scared when he does that because he's lost control a couple times already, and this time he is going to hang on and he is going to complete the pass. Learning from his mistake from prior. Trying to try a slide job move when he battled Kurt Busch for the lead. Larson putting on a show today, but trying to rally after a couple of incidences, or near incidences, that he had cost himself some time on in the final stage. Nonetheless, makes the pass on Bell for 3rd. He's the only Chevrolet right now in the top 5. He's the only non-Toyota in the top 5, to be completely honest. Hamlin is well going to get around Christopher Bell for 4th. And Bell has lost almost a full second in the last lap. And I wonder if he's trying to save fuel potentially if we end up seeing a caution before the end of this race. Or if we don't get one, I should say. Oh, trouble! Harvick made a great save off of turn 4. Big save by Kevin Harvick off the exit of turn 4. He was spinning. It's still green. And now we have a caution. I'm not sure what the case of the caution was. It couldn't have been Harvick's spin because he had recovered. And the caution came out about a half a lap later. The caution's out for the 8th time today. Leader should dump the 2nd place guy on the restart, take out half the field. Odds of winning will go up. Oh my gosh. Well, you're not wrong. So, Larry McReynolds was talking about most of these teams only having 1 set of tires left at the end of the race. So if you pit now, the likelihood of you being able to pit again the rest of the race is slim to none. And by the time we go green, we're going to have around 30 laps to go. Galen B, welcome to the stream. I don't think Kyle Busch is going to retire anytime soon, guys. Even with the current contract status right now with Joe Gibbs Racing, I don't see him retiring anytime soon. Get to listen to potentially any adjustment changes that will go on during these pit stops. I'd imagine everybody's going to pit knowing the fuel situation, that at least you can guarantee that you're going to make it to the end on fuel. Kurt Busch will lead everybody down.
Well, for Kyle Busch, he has really liked his race car. He said if it could just be any better, it would be wrapping the corner a little better and exiting on pit road. Now, this pit crew is spot on, but they've had a couple of slower stops today. Want to make sure they hit the money here. Just a very slight air pressure change for the 18, Jamie.
Yeah, the Toyotas have been looking good today as the 11 comes to a stop in his box. Hasn't said much, just a 4-tire stop here. The 45 of Kurt Busch, meanwhile, in his pit box, has led 107 laps today. No adjustments for that car in the 5 of Kyle Larson. He said, I think we're in a good spot here. Despite hitting the wall, they feel good.
Kyle Busch wins the race off pit road. Larson will be second again. Kurt Busch loses 2 spots in the pits. Tough break for that team. Hamlin lost a spot to Bell, and Chastain gained a spot on Bowman. So caution for the 8th time. Will it be the final yellow? And we're going to come to another restart, and these restarts in Stage 3 in particular have been absolutely wild. What a race it has been today at Kansas in the AdventHealth 400. Live on KRC. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, as we have nearly 600 people watching this stream today. Channel record for most likes during the course of one of these live streams. And yeah, now we do have over 600. 612 is the number right now. Sick Dog, welcome to the stream. Bruce Sam Dot, welcome to the stream. Mothballs, welcome to the stream. Yo, Corey LaJoy. Oh, what happened to her love? Hang on. We lost the raw feed. I don't know what I did there. I might have accidentally hit close. Sorry for that. Good thing we're under caution. Good thing I caught it quick, too. Larson's in 3rd right now. That's just who I have my money on. Like, I root for Ryan Blaney on a week-to-week basis as far as rooting for a driver to win, but I have money on Larson today. I've only predicted one race winner correctly in the Cup Series this year, and that was Chase Elliott at Dover a couple weeks ago. 2 years ago in 2020, I was 9 for 36, which is actually pretty good. It's quarter of the schedule, and predicted 9 winners correctly in the Cup Series. Last year I had 5. So it was definitely a down year last year. And only 1 so far this year, which is looking like it might be more of a down year. But you get to the middle of the end of the season, it's a lot easier to predict races than the very beginning of the year. Especially this season with the new car. It's been very hard to predict winners. Elson Patino, welcome to the stream. I think Bell has a shot. I think so. He's good on the short run. He had the fastest 10-lap average in practice. Obviously, a lot of adjustments have gone on since the race started today. And he seems to still be good on the short run. He got up to 3rd place at one point during that last run. And then he ended up losing a couple spots to Hamlin, and Larson got back around him there right before the caution came out. So he definitely still has a shot. Anybody has a shot at this point. We saw a big wreck on a restart late at Darlington last week. You never know what could happen here. Boofoo883, welcome to the stream. 3 out of 4 on parlays. Nice. Yeah, Larson was the favorite today, but he was still 6.5 to 1. That's pretty high odds for the favorite. On a non-super speedway, usually, especially on the intermediates, usually the favorites are somewhere between like 2.5 or 3 to 1, 3.5 to 1. 6.5, I'll take Larson. Kyle Busch will elect the outside lane on the restart today. inside was the preferred in the truck race yesterday, and I still think the inside could potentially be preferred. I'd say the outside has won the restart majority of the time, but the outside has also had the control car every time. So honestly, if the control car was on the inside, I feel like it'd be kind of the same difference in the Cup race today. I think both the inside and the outside today at Kansas on the restarts have been equal, honestly. I don't think there is a preferred lane, to be completely honest, despite the fact that the leader continues to choose the outside. So with everybody pitting there, they're not going to have fresh tires to the end of the race. Free pass during that caution went to Corey LaJoy. So he'll be back on the lead lap. Fans are on their feet. 33 laps to go when we go green. Pace car about to pull onto pit road. Kyle Larson on the inside of row 1 with Kyle Busch to the outside. Row 2 will be Bell on the inside. Kurt Busch on the outside. Blaney inside row 3. Bell outside row 3. Green flag back in the air. Busch half a car length ahead of Larson to start finish line. Drake push from his brother from behind. Into turns 1 and 2 they go. Still pushing off into the corner. Larson on the bottom. Not going to be able to clear Kyle Busch up high. Kyle did not squeeze the 5 car that time. Got a good run up the exit of the corner, but now Larson side drafts Busch and drives it deep into turn 3. Larson is clear in the middle of the corner. He moves up the racetrack. Right in front of Kyle Busch. He gets a little loose, hangs onto it, and Kyle Larson leads with 32 to go at Kansas. Kyle Busch in second. Christopher Bell and Kurt Busch are side by side for third. Bell gets sideways in the middle of the corner after the 45 tried to pinch him off. Both have to roll out of the throttle, and now here comes Hamlin and Chastain from behind. Hamlin clears Chastain for 5th place. The outside, Chastain continues to run the bottom through 3 and 4. Bell on the bottom as well. Kurt went down to the middle trying to side draft Bell and clears him. Kurt Busch back to 3rd. Hamlin to the outside of Bell. Into turn 1. Bell goes again to the bottom. Surprised the 20 keeps going to the inside. He lost a spot to Busch that way. And Hamlin may get around him as well. Hamlin dives down to the middle groove, not all the way to the white line. Bell finally goes to the outside himself. Kurt Busch went to the bottom, but the 11 and the 20 are side by side slowing each other up, so nobody was able to get a good run on the 45 in front of him. Kurt Busch trying to run down both the 18 and the 5. So you have the Kyle and Kyle show, and then you also have the Busch and Busch show at the front of the field right now. They all run in the top 3 with 30 laps to go at Kansas. Toyota's dominated this race today. They rack up 4 of the top 5. The only one that isn't is the race leader, Kyle Larson. Tyler Reddick back on pit road. Unfortunately for him, he was already a lap down and may lose another lap before the end of the race. Kyle Busch is still staying with the 5 of Larson for right now. Larson's definitely not pulling away from Kyle Busch. And if they get to racing, Kurt's less than a second off the lead still in 3rd. Larson running a bit off the wall that time through 3 and 4. Kyle goes more towards the middle groove. Kyle Busch feels that he has better long run speed than the 5 of Larson. One car coming off pit road. I believe that's Reddick down on the bottom of the track. So that is going to leave those guys to stay a bit wider. Kurt Busch more towards the... I guess he does go to the bottom. It's a really wide corner entry for Kurt. Kyle Busch hopped to the middle. Larson ran the outside. I do think Larson may be holding Kyle Busch up, and it is allowing Kurt to catch up from behind as well. Martin Truex Jr. back inside the top 10 after a pit road speeding penalty earlier on in the stage. During pit stops under caution. Both the Busch brothers continue to run off the wall while Larson is on the wall. And the fact that that is the case and they're still closing on Kyle Larson makes me think that both the Busch brothers are faster this late in the race on Larson. Ryan Blaney had a moment off turn 4 a little bit ago, made a great save, kept it off the wall, but he dropped back a few positions and now runs in 10th after Bowman and Truex have gotten around him. Great battle for the lead is picking up with 25 to go. Top 3 within 0.4 of a second. Larson actually went to the middle that time, trying to take Busch's line away, but Kyle Busch went to the outside. And now back to the outside goes Larson through 3 and 4. Kurt down on the bottom, Kyle in the middle. Side-by-side break right now for Fox. Kyle Larson again leads. Kyle Busch second, Kurt Busch third, Denny Hamlin fourth, Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5. Ross Chastain at 6th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 7th, Martin Truex Jr. 8th, Alex Bowman 9th, and Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10. Linda B., welcome to the stream. Welcome everybody. Poisonous Frog, welcome to the stream as well. Thanks for everybody tuning in today. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Sorry for anybody who I have not shouted out. Berkey Gaming, welcome to the stream. He's rooting for Kyle Busch. Looks like we had another bot in the chat, fortunately. It's like, what? It's only 2 today, not too bad. Sorry for not shouting anybody else out. We've had a stream record today, over 600 people watching the live stream as of right now and counting. Refreshing the page to see how many likes we're at as well. 22 laps to go, and I would imagine when they come back, this will be the final commercial break of the day. 688 people watching now. My goodness, I had to refresh the page. And 269 likes so far on the stream. In the sim, welcome. Brian Chastain, welcome. Derek Hinman, welcome. Soccer Gamer Boy, YouTube, welcome. Jennifer Brumfield. We'll see who's going to win this one. Larson trying to hold off the Busch brothers from behind. Still within 0.7 of a second of the lead. Larson's been able to pull ahead a little bit more on Kurt and Kyle Busch over the last few laps. And actually, Kurt had passed Kyle for second place that last lap. I missed what might have happened during the side-by-side cam during the commercial break. But one way or another, Kurt Busch has gotten around his brother Kyle Busch for second place, and now Kurt in the driver's seat trying to run down Larson. Larson and Kurt Busch have had 2 great battles for the lead already in the final stage, and we might have a third picking up late. Tires have had a very, very big factor in this one, and I would not be surprised if we do see another tire failure before the end of the race yet. Chris Segrest, welcome. Bentley Potts, Equi, Landon Ullman. A lot of new viewers coming in here as of late. Try Kit. Half a second lead right now between Larson and Kurt Busch. Larson still within Kyle Busch still within 0.8 of a second of the lead in third. Kyle Larson continues to run the outside groove right now. Remember, fuel not an issue anymore after the most recent caution. Kyle Larson in the 5. Trying to hold on. Kurt Busch about 0.1 of a second quicker that last lap than Larson. We'll see if he picks up more time with 18 to go. Looks like Kurt gains on him in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Tends to be driving it off maybe a little bit deeper. Corner entry, and he definitely gained about another 10th through turns 1 and 2 alone. Kurt trying to keep the wheel steady right now. Not fighting it at all, while Larson maybe a little bit more on the looser side of things. Fighting it a bit more, and each little bit of that definitely scrubs time off. The more you move that steering wheel around in the middle of the corners. Kurt rolls the entry of turn 1 a lot better than Larson again. That is definitely where Kurt Busch is better than Larson seems to be in turns 1 and 2. He has gained 0.1 of a second in turns 1 and 2 in each of the last 3 laps alone. He dives to the middle through 3 and 4 as well. Closes the gap on the 5. Can't get to the inside of him yet. 16 to go at the line. Larson carries a little bit more straightaway speed on the front stretch this time. running the outside groove and was able to pick up the throttle a bit quicker on the progressive banking versus Busch, who ran more of the middle lane. Back into 1 and 2, which is Kurt Busch's bread and butter corner. Kurt drives a little bit lower that time down to the middle groove, trying to catch some clean air perhaps as well. Doesn't want to run right in line behind Larson on the outside. But the pressure is on. Into turns 3 and 4. Larson again near the wall on the outside. Busch again to the middle. Can't close the gap. And in fact, Larson gaps him by about a half a car length, maybe a full car length at the start-finish line. He's going to need to force Kyle Larson likely into a mistake if he's going to want a good shot to get around him. Lap car coming up in front of Kyle Larson and Kurt Busch will stay low. That's a 77 of Josh Bilicki. And there will be lap traffic before the end of the race for the leaders if we continue to stay green. Great battle right now going on between Larson and Busch. And Kyle Busch is now 1.3 seconds off the lead. But if the top two could get to racing with each other, it is going to definitely close it in the top portion of the field even closer. Kyle Larson leads. Kurt Busch in second, a second off the lead. Kyle Busch in third, Denny Hamlin in fourth, Christopher Bell fifth. Martin Truex Jr. side by side with Ross Chastain for sixth place. Truex coming back from a pit road penalty early in the final stage. He'll make the slide job pass on Chastain for sixth place. All clear. Chastain sits in line behind Truex. Does not drive it in deep into 1 and 2. Kurt about a tenth quicker than Larson that last lap again. He closes to within about a car length and a half behind Larson. He can't seem to get any closer than that when he does close into the 5. Larson got to the lead on the restart. Despite not being the controlled car in the inside lane, we've seen that only a few times this weekend. More in the truck race than what we've seen in the Cup race today. So Kurt Busch, again, not as loose as Larson. We'll see if Larson can run the bottom lane if he has to pass the lap cars down there. Closes in on the 10 of Almirola, who goes to the bottom. Kurt Busch, Kyle Larson, both to the outside groove near the wall. Will the tires be able to make it to the end of the race as well? Kurt Busch gained a lot of time off turn 2. Larson drops to the middle through 3 and 4. Maybe more of a protective line on Kurt Busch, trying to take his line away. Busch continues to run the middle when he closes in line behind the 5. Surprised Larson didn't go near the wall like he has been the entire time prior to that. Kurt Busch again within 0.2 of a second, 9.5 laps to go. Kyle Busch, 2.5 off the lead. Busch's only win came this year when the top two took each other out on the final lap at Dirt Bristol. I'm saying that because he's in third right now. And you never know what could happen, especially the way the 5 and the 45 have battled already today. Larson, again up high near the wall. He's getting loose. Kurt Busch to the inside off the exit of turn 2, and they're side by side for the lead on the backstretch. Larson trying to hold the 45 tight. The 17 of Buescher was down low on the bottom, and that took Busch's line away. They're tied off the exit of turn 4. Larson keeps it off the wall. They're still side by side for the lead. Through the trial, late to go. Busch by nose out in front of the 5. They nearly make contact again into 1, aggressively side drafting each other. Another lap car on the bottom of the 15 of Yaley. Larson's in the wall. Kurt Busch squeezes him. Larson's still in the wall off the exit of turn 2, and Kurt Busch leads down the backstretch. There wasn't contact between the two, but Kurt Busch did not give Larson any room. And Larson got pinched into the outside wall off turn 2. Kurt Busch leads late and looking for a playoff spot. Seven to go. Lap car on the bottom took Kurt Busch's inside line away. Kurt decided to squeeze the 5 of Larson. Larson in the wall now for the 4th time in the final stage. Fender's still on the race car as he continues to try and hustle and run down Kurt Busch. But he is about a half a second back right now with 6 to go. Is this battle for the win over? Or will Larson have another shot at Kurt? Kurt Busch is running the outside. He's not in the middle anymore. Kyle Busch is 1.4 seconds off the lead. Maybe closed a 10th at the most. Busch gaps Larson another 10th of a second through 1 and 2. Kyle Busch that is definitely closing on Kyle Larson for second. Five laps to go for Kurt Busch. So you guys saying, is Kurt Busch actually going to win this race? It is looking like it may be the case. Got some racing dudes. Let's go. Yeah. It's been crazy so far. Kurt Busch with the flashy and loud fire suit this weekend. For those of you watching the race on Fox Sports 1, you'll probably get to see that if Kurt Busch is going to be standing in victory lane today. And even with the driver interview on the front stretch, I guess, as they do that still. 3 laps to go this time by. Kurt Busch has a full second ahead of Kyle Larson now after that great battle for the lead late. Kurt finally worked his way around Larson. But Larson definitely put up a fight on the outside. 3 laps to go. This will be the second win for 2311 Racing. And obviously the first with the 45 team. And for Kurt Busch this season. Great day for Toyotas right now. 6 of them in the top 10. That'd be all 4 JGR Toyotas and both of the 2311 Toyotas all in the top 10 with 2 laps to go. Couple more lap cars that Kurt Busch may catch in the last lap and a half, but he's just trying to get to the white flag before potentially one more caution in today's race. It had been a great race all day long, but the winning move seems to have already been made. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Kurt Busch leads. Larson still 1.3 seconds back and falling. He's about 0.6 of a second ahead of Kyle Busch for second. Should be able to hold on as long as his tires hold on. So again, Kyle Larson has gotten into the wall 4 times in the final stage alone. But thankfully for the composite bodies, he's still going to hang on and get a good finish out of it. Off of turn 4, checkered flag waving. Kurt Busch is a winner in 2022. The 11th driver to lock his spot into the playoffs. Kyle Larson ends up finishing in second. Kyle Busch third. Denny Hamlin fourth. And Christopher Bell will round out the top 5. Mark Truex Jr. in 6th. Ross Chastain 7th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 8th. Alex Bowman 9th. And Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. That team is fired up on the pit box of the 45. Congratulations to Kurt Busch. 116 laps led today en route to his first victory of the season. 21st in points coming into the race today, but he is now locked into the playoffs and won't have to worry about that anymore as the rest of the regular season winds on. 5 spots open for the playoffs. You'll get to hear from Kurt Busch and other driver interviews during our post-race. That will start right now. We'll go through the full field race results when Fox hits their next commercial break. And you will also get to see how the fantasy team did, all the fantasy lineup advice, how my predictions in the pre-race went from earlier today. Over 900 people watching the stream. By far a record on the channel. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content before you go. We'll be back again live next weekend for the All-Star race at Texas for both the actual All-Star race itself as well as the open races that start at 6 p.m. next Sunday afternoon, or evening, I guess. And yes, Kurt Busch's annual win streak will continue. At 900 watt, I know, that's ridiculous. Our previous record was 489, and we almost doubled that. That's insane. Thank you, everybody. And we hit 2,000 subscribers on the channel today, and even much more than that, so I greatly appreciate that. Our goal of 150 likes has been more than succeeded today as well, nearly 300 there. Again, hit that like button and subscribe for more live race commentary like this for NASCAR on both the real races and the video game side, even during the week as well. 311 likes. Here is race winner Kurt Busch celebrating on the front stretch right now, waving the checkered flag around. He is pumped about this one. Larson has a smile on his face. He knows it was a great race, great sportsmanship. Denny Hamlin celebrating with the 45 team, of course, co-owner with Michael Jordan. Jamie Little with Kurt Busch.
Finally gets that first victory at Kansas Speedway. And Kurt, the year you guys have had joining this team, the ups and downs, how did you guys come out and dominate the way you did to get this first victory?
It's all about teamwork. I mean, I don't do this alone, and the way that Toyota's helped us, JGR, our little brother has been so important just on the family side of, hey, you got to get through these steps. Bubba's a tremendous teammate, but this is 2311. This is our first win for the 45 car, and with Jordan Brand on the hood, I mean, I felt like I had to play like the GOAT, or race like the GOAT, and I had to beat Kyle's. I had to beat both. This was like the Kyle and Kyle show. I remember Ned Jarrett said this is the Dale and Dale show. I can get one Kyle, I'm like, I can get both. I just had to have the confidence to know, and our setup would do things on short run and long run, but thanks to Jordan Brand, Toyota, Monster Energy, McDonald's, Moneyline, just all the team partners of this 2311. This 45 car's a winner now!
Kurt, you've been doing this. You've been in this game a long time, and Mike Joy mentioned it, the number of different teams you've done it with. What is it like joining a team like this that's so new and being able to get you right here? What does that take?
It's the most gratifying to work from the ground up with a brand new car number. And yes, I've been with a lot of teams, a lot of manufacturers. Now this is the check off the Toyota box, but it's about family. I love my family at home. I love my KBI employees and everybody at 2311. This is for us. This is what the hard work is all about. No matter if you lose a couple spots on pit road, no matter if our car was a basket or whatever to start, I'm going to go find Toto because I'm in Kansas. I'm loving it.
Toto, we are in Kansas.
Unbelievable. 11 different winners in 13 races. Thought last season was crazy, man. This season is kicking off with a bang. We're only halfway through the regular season. 13 down, 13 to go. Here's Vince Welsh with Kyle Larson.
Playing side by side with Kurt, you ended up getting into the wall. Did he give you enough room, or were you just trying to use everything you had?
No, I mean, we were racing for the win there, so yeah, I mean, he never got into me, so I'm trying to squeeze throttle to get position on him, and just got tight. So that was fun racing with Kurt. The last half of the race, I was trying hard the whole time. I about spun out in front of him there at some point, I think, in the third stage, and then we just kept fighting through it. So thanks my team for building me a war machine. I hit the wall a lot today, and just struggled. Like, people could put air on me and get me really tight, and then I hit the wall. So we'll work on that and figure it out. But you're happy with my car. The Toyotas are obviously extremely good today. I think they're all in the top 10, it looks like. So yeah, they had the handling as well as a lot of speed, just raw speed. So it was hard to hold off Kyle, and then I knew when Kurt got by him, it was going to be really hard to hold him off. So I did my best, but came up one spot short.
Well done. Jamie?
Maybe turning of the tide.
Jamie Little with Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin, your second top 10, but your team won today. Denny, what are the emotions you feel right now as a driver and owner?
I'm just so happy for these drivers. I'll be right back.
Thank you. Appreciate the help. Appreciate it, man. That's us. We did this. We did it. Tell you. Thank you. Thank you.
And you got tears in your eyes. What are those emotions right now going through this?
I'll take them.
Already on the Denny Hamlin plane tonight?
We as an organization has kind of let these guys down. Not talking about Bubba and Kurt, but so many mistakes that we made on pit road and whatnot, and Bubba got let down again on the last stop. But he was fast. I thought he was a little better than I was. We had to go back again 3 times today. But let's talk about the positives. Just can't thank Kurt enough. Jordan Brandon's first race. I'm so jealous he gets to drive that car and then to have that thing so fast there. I've never had certainly this kind of feeling, even for a win for me, much less when I didn't win. So it's different.
Congratulations, Denny. Well done.
An emotional win for 23-11 today at the Kansas Speedway in the AdventHealth 400 live on KRC. Our post-race coverage is beginning. Again, any other driver interviews we get going forward, you guys will get to listen in on that. And while we wait for more, if we do end up seeing more before Fox goes off the air, here is the finishing results to today's race. Again, Kurt Busch with the win. Margin of victory, 1.4 seconds over Kyle Larson, who finished second. Kurt Busch led 116 laps in today's race, also won Stage 2, so he has 6 playoff points carrying with him to the playoffs because he is now locked in with his first win of the 2022 season, 13 races in. Again, Kyle Larson, as mentioned, ended up second. Kyle Busch won Stage 1, also finished third, scored more stage points than anybody else in the field today through Stage 1 and Stage 2 as well. Denny Hamlin finished in fourth. You heard from him moments ago. Came from the back of the field to the front a few times. Ended up finishing in fourth. Christopher Bell, pole sitter, rounded out the top 5. Had a flat tire while leading earlier. Didn't look as fast in the second half of the race regardless, but still a great top 5 performance for Bell. Martin Truex Jr. ends up finishing 6th. 4 straight Toyotas. 5 of them in the top 6 today. But all the Joe Gibbs Toyotas run 3rd through 6th in the running order. Next Chevrolet in their lineup was Ross Chastain finishing in 7th place. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. finishes 8th. 3 straight top 10s for Stenhouse. And 3 finishes of 8th or better for Stenhouse. Alex Bowman ends up finishing in 9th place, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. He had to come from the back of the field after multiple pit road penalties today. Austin Cindric is the highest running Ford in 11th place. Good run for the rookie, all things considered. Ryan Blaney ends up in 12th. He lost a lot of spots those last couple restarts. Austin Dillon finishes in 13th. Brad Keselowski 14th. And Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 15. William Byron at 16th. Joey Logano 17th. Noah Gragson 18th. Corey LaJoie 19th. And Ty Dillon rounds out the top 20. Harrison Burton in 21st. Cole Custer 22nd. Michael McDowell 23rd. First car 1 lap down in 24th was Chase Briscoe. Ty Gillen 25th. Eric Almirola 26th. Chris Buescher 27th. Josh Bilicki 28th. Chase Elliott 29th. And Tyler Reddick was 30th. J.J. Yaley finishes in 31st. Eric Jones 32nd. Daniel Suarez 33rd. Cody Ware 34th. Justin Haley. B.J. McLeod, the only 2 drivers of DNF today, finished 35th and 36th. 8 cautions for incident total in today's race. And we also had 10 different leaders in the race for what looked to be 19 different lead changes in today's race as well. So that was the full field rundown, average race speed of 124 miles an hour in today's race as well. So we'll close out the raw feed now. We'll take a look at the fantasy results, and as well, actually before the fantasy results, we got to check out my prediction results and see how the predictions went on today with the must-haves, the don't-haves, and much more after that. Now I got to refresh the page now. Alright, so we'll start off with the must-have picks today of William Byron and Chase Elliott. My win pick was Kyle Larson in this one as well. Unfortunately for myself, Larson did finish second. He put up a tough fight at the end there, led a lot of laps in today's race. Not as many as, say, Kurt Busch, but did have a good day. William Byron, he had a flat tire while leading earlier, but he definitely didn't look that fast once he was back in traffic. Ended up finishing 16th, never got back inside the top 10 despite the early issue. So 16th there, and then like I mentioned, Chase Elliott was in the top 5 when he had spun and got beached in the grass in turns 1 and 2, unfortunately. and ends up finishing in 29th, 3 laps down. So 1 for 3 on the must-haves this weekend. As far as the dark horse picks, Christopher Bell ended up finishing in 5th, Denny Hamlin 4th, so I predicted both of those guys at bare minimum to get top 10s. They both had top 5s today. So 2 for 2 on the sleeper picks / dark horse picks this weekend. The only reason I grouped Denny Hamlin in as a dark horse pick is because he only had 1 top 10 this season, but that is now going to be 6 top 5s in the last 10 Kansas starts for Hamlin. And Christopher Bell now has finished in the top 10 in 3 of his last 4 Kansas starts as well. The don't have predictions. I had Ryan Blaney and Daniel Suarez finishing outside the top 10 today. Suarez was in 4th in stage 1 when he unfortunately had spun out, got a little loose, maybe had a left rear going down, whatever the case was. Nosed the outside wall off the exit of the corner. He finished 11 laps down in 33rd, so I was right with my prediction there. And I was right on Ryan Blaney. He struggled in stage 1. Stage 2, he really picked it up. And then in stage 3, he struggled on those late restarts, fell back to 12th. So at the end, I was right with Blaney. That's 4 straight finishes for the 12 team outside the top 10. This is one of his worst mile and a halves, if not his very worst mile and a half track on the circuit. And it proved to be the case today, at least with his finishing results. I don't think I'm going to be able to log in to show you guys the fantasy team on here, so I'm going to have to read it off on my phone. So I'll do just that. I'll go onto the fantasy on my phone real quick and read you guys how my fantasy team did and then the top finishers in the league this week. Of course, we have to wait for post-race inspection for the points to update from this week. You can join the NASCAR mobile app, join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the mobile app or website. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500, if you win either the regular season or the playoff championship. Again, KRC, capital L on league, is the name of the league. There's a space between KRC and league as well. So, you have to be a subscriber to the channel as well. Have to be a subscriber of the channel to win the prize if you do win the regular season or playoff championship. Everybody is qualified for the playoffs. I should say everybody is qualified for the playoff award as long as you are in the league and subscribed.
Got the victory.
Nope. Got NHRA going on right now. I need to turn this off. It's playing in my ear and it's messing up my lines. Keep hearing cars in the background. Alrighty. So taking a look at my fantasy team today, unfortunately Kyle Busch was in my garage because I wasn't paying attention. He finished 3rd and scored more stage points than anybody else today with 19 total. He won stage 1. That's unfortunate. The rest of the drivers in my lineup, Denny Hamlin finished 4th. Great day there. Christopher Bell finished 5th. Great day there. Kyle Larson finished in 2nd. Great day there. William Byron and Chase Elliott both finished outside the top 10. Of course, as mentioned, Elliott 33rd, Byron 16th. And as far as bonus points go, I had bonus points for Byron beating Logano. I had bonus points for Larson beating Hamlin. I had not gotten the bonus points for Jones. I had Jones over Almirola. That did not happen. I had Reddick over Harvick, and that did not happen either. So looking at the live race results, yeah, that's unfortunate. Kyle Busch is definitely the highest scoring driver points-wise in today's race between the race finish and the stage points throughout the course of the race. Kyle Larson was the 4th highest points getter. Hamlin was the 5th highest. Christopher Bell was the 9th highest. Byron was the 13th highest. And Elliott was the 16th highest. As far as the league this week, waiting for the page to refresh. I finished 10th this week out of 19. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan is your winner at Kansas this weekend in the Fantasy League, scoring 226 points. Jordan 1199 ends up with 223 points today, finishing in 2nd by just 3 points behind Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan. Inside Uranus, our defending regular season champion from last year, finishes 3rd this week with 207 points. Dark Crypto with 202 points finishes 4th, and Justin Haley fan rounds out the top 5 with 199 points scored this weekend. And the standings coming into this week in the Fantasy League. Again, these are going into the week. Inside Radius was the points leader, finished third today, good consistent run. Currently had a 58-point lead over Sauce Mafia, an Austin Dillon fan who won this week, so he's got to gain even more points. Second place in points, wins. Versa Points finishes third, he'll gain points there. Patrick Shadley, P-Shat Motorsports, third in the league coming into the week with 2182. BC23 with 2154 in fourth, and Tim Irvin in one, tied for fifth at 2100 points coming into the week. I was eighth in points coming into the week, and I'll probably lose some spots in the standings after a 10th place finish today, if I had to imagine. But thank you for everybody tuning in today. Greatly appreciate the support you guys have given me on a weekly basis, to say the least, and what a day it was. Not only we had a great race, but we broke some stream records as well. Had a record of over 900 people watching the stream at one point. 329 likes as of right now on the stream. Definitely hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. I'll be back next Sunday. Don't forget, I'll be live for the NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race. I'll be live for the Open at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then the main event race after that as well. So tune in tomorrow. You won't want to miss any of the action on the channel. I'll be doing live commentary for that. Probably not going to do the truck race next weekend. Just going to stick with the Cup side next week at Texas. And we will be streaming tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Will be the next live stream on the channel. It will be taking place at Bristol for our Bristol night race on NASCAR Chase for the Cup 2005. Potentially the final NASCAR 05 live stream if I do clinch the championship early tomorrow night. I need to win the race, lead the most laps, and Jeff Gordon has to finish third or worse for me to win the championship 2 races early. We'll see if I can do it. And, yeah, that'll be tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Live realistic commentary with that, just like you saw for today's race. So same kind of commentary on the video game side during the week as well. So that will be the next live stream tomorrow night. Race highlight video with my commentary will be out on the channel tomorrow as well, so be on the lookout for that. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. Thanks, everybody, for watching. It was by far the best day in channel history as far as an analytics statement goes. And I appreciate, again, the support you guys give me on the road to now 3,000 subscribers on the channel as we hit 2,000 today. And also on the road to, most importantly, becoming a NASCAR commentator for real races down the road. So thank you, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Have a good rest of your Sunday evening.